Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Welcome everyone to our course. My name is Janima Mutari and I'm going to be your first lecturer for today. So for the first topic that we'll be discussing, it will be the data collection and management in clinical research. First of all, we need to have a brief introduction about research in order to understand how the data collection process is performed. First of all, what is research? It is literally defined as investigation that is undertaken in order to discover any new facts or get additional information in order to maintain, for example, the patient's good health or in order to prevent disease. While scientifically, it is defined as the systematic collection, analysis, and interpretation of data to answer a certain question or even solve a problem. So there are criteria that research process should meet. And these include first the objectivity of the research questions that we are searching, meaning that the research is not a personal affair but should be free from any personal interpretation or bias. While the second is the verifiability of the research, meaning that it should be clear on how the investigation was carried out and how even the results and conclusion were arrived at. Also, it should have openness and accessibility in terms of the research method that were used and the knowledge that is acquired and any necessary data to be able to meet the previous points in order to have the best outcome. So some characteristics of the research include having a clear statement of the problem, requiring a clear plan, and building on existing data while collecting these new data as well. So some type of research include having either fundamental or practical type of research. In the fundamental part, this is conducted to generate new knowledge and technologies to deal with major unresolved problems. Also, if it was practical, this means that the research should start with a practical problem or a question, with the result of the research being capable of immediate use. In addition, much of the applied research uses theories which have been devised as a result of a fundamental research to solve a particular problem. So, in order for a research to be characterized as a successful one, the activity and the involvement of the participants should also be conducted in a good and frequent contact, both out in the field and also with colleagues. Also, it shouldn't have any expedience, meaning that it shouldn't be undertaken because it was easy or cheap or even quick and convenient, but rather because it have a significant value or impact in the field. In addition, the intuition, that feeling that the work is important, as well as the theory with concerning for theoretical understanding and having real world value with problems arising from the field and leading to useful ideas. So the first step in conducting any research is defining the research problem or even the research question. So a problem is a discrepancy between what should be and what is actually existing. And having a well-defined problem will lead to a good statement of the research question, hypothesis, and methodology as well. Also, for a problem to be actually researchable, it should have certain criteria. The first one is to have a discrepancy exist between what is and what should be. Also, questions about why the discrepancy actually exists. In addition, one possible answer to the question, and that it can be answered within in addition to the problem should be made measurable, meaning we can actually assess or measure the impact factor of the problem or the incident. So, in the medical field, there are many health problems or concerns that we can carry research on. But which problem should be given the priority? First is the problem that should be relevant. Second, that it should avoid any repetition. Also, it should have feasibilities in terms of the time and cost. In addition, it should be politically acceptable and it should be applicable in that recommendation should be stated from it. It should also be urgent. It should also be ethically acceptable, which couldn't be acceptable in certain cases, but accepted with minor ethical problems, or it can be not ethically acceptable at all. So when we have a problem, we need to analyze it to focus on two main issues. First, to identify the factors that may have contributed to the problem, which are known as the contributing factors. And these factors could be grouped into three main categories. The first is the socio-cultural, such as age, education, or social class. Also, it can be service-related, such as facilities or resources, or it can be disease-related, such as related to diabetes or chronic heart disease. While the second focus when we analyze the problem should be made on stating the association between each factor and the problem in itself. And this is a diagram that can help us when we analyze a certain problem. We can use it to help in understanding the contributing factor or the associated factors that can also lead to the problem. So when we are defining the problem, there are certain issues that we need to consider. The first one is the incident, in which are the observation of an event that are usually the first clinical sign of a disease. Also, we need to consider the prevalence of the problem by recording the presence or the absence of a disease at a point of time. In addition to the geographical areas that are affected by the disease, the characteristic of the population group, the probable reason for the problem, and any possible solution or so after we have defined our research problem, we need to consider the title. So the title should be clear and could be formulated, but shouldn't exceed 2 lines. It should include points on the population, whether it was studying adults, children, or males or females. Also, it should assess the area of the study or determine the area. It should also state the time scale, the year, the month, or whether it is retrospective or prospective study. So it should be aim specific, place specific, and time specific in general. And after we have decided our title, we need to start with our literature review. So why do we conduct literature review? This is conducted to support the argument for the need of the research. In other words, to give reason why the topic is of sufficient importance for it to be researched. In addition to provide the reader with a brief up-to-date account and discussions on the issues that are relevant to the topic. Also, to discuss any relevant research that is carried out on the same topic or similar topic, and also to prevent any repetition and duplication in the research process. Also, literature review is conducted to support or to define the statement of the problem, to determine a suitable type of methodology, to outline the problem or topic and the need for the research in this particular area, in addition to using appropriate recent literature review about other work that is in the field on the same topic that we are conducting. So when we are conducting literature review, we should start in a systematic way by first defining the topic, the causes, the studies, and why is there a need to study this topic in particular. Also, the sources that are referred to should be relevant to the problem, and the literature review should include a range of written sources such as article or textbook or research thesis, and the studies that were included should be the ones that are actually read by the researcher in an honest, systematic way. And in order to conduct literature review, we can obtain information from many sources. These can include a community, district, or provenance level, such as obtaining data from clinics or hospitals, or opinion survey, local survey, or even statistics that are produced at a local level. Also, at a national level, we can obtain information from national books, previous researches in the university, or, for example, from the Ministry of Health data. Well, also, we can obtain information from an international level, such as using the WHO sources of data. So, in other words, the source of information could be from an individual or a group or an organization in general. So the information could be either from a published or unpublished source. And the source, if it was unpublished, such as report or previous unpublished thesis, all of which can be used as a source of information. And after conducting our literature review and stating the relevant information in our research paper, we should reference each source that we use. And there are many referencing style, but the most common one are the Vancouver and the Harvard style. There are, of course, some online tools that will help us when we are conducting our reference list, such as EndNote, which is the most used one, because citing references for many literature review that we have conducted can be a tough process. Therefore, using a systematic, automatic way will be much more useful. So after we have conducted our literature review, we should state our research objective. So an objective will summarize what is to be achieved by the study, and it answers the main questions of what, where, and why. Also, we should specify the questions that need to be answered, and it will help us to focus on the study and can avoid the collection of unnecessary data and will help us in organizing the study in a defined parts or phases. So when we are writing the objective, we should follow the SMART criteria guidelines. So the SMART guidelines stand for a specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely objective. For the specific one, it should make the study more focused, and the measurable, it is possible to be measured with sufficient accuracy, and achievable will mean that it can actually be done, while realistic or relevant in terms of cost-wise, and timely, meaning that it can be conducted within a reasonable time scale. So how can we write or state the research objective? There are two types of objective we can use in our research project. The first one is the general objective. This is the principal objective that must be stated. The questions that have already been asked and answered, which are clear from the literature, should be avoided. Also, it is usually obtained from the title of the research. and written in general terms, but should be realistic and clearly stated. So they should cover the problem and factors or variables under the study that is being actually conducted. There is also the specific objective. This is the breakdown of the general one into a smaller logical part, since it is impossible to use one single question to answer the problem. So each objective will need to be assessed by the collection method tool in order for it to be actually achievable or realistically conducted. With the word to, and using terms such as to assess, to determine, to measure, or evaluate, since these are considered to be good terms that are actually measured. But we should avoid any terms that are vague, such as to understand, to see, because these terms cannot actually be measured, but rather just to give a time of or give a point of view. So they should be related to the title of the study and to the general objective. And after stating our research objective, we should state our research hypothesis. So when a researcher is conducting a study, it is usually has a theory in mind. So a hypothesis is a research question which fits into a particular program of testing. And it is a statement which predicts the occurrence in a certain condition based upon the theoretical consideration of these matters. So there is the null hypothesis, which is that the hypothesis that nothing would be changed if we admitted this intervention. And it is impossible to prove that all hypotheses are either true or false within a one study. So there are four conditions that should be met by the hypothesis. The first is that it should be logically consistent, as it must not predict the results which are inherently contradictory. Also, a hypothesis should be stated as simply as possible, and the prediction from the hypothesis must be verifiable. So if they are not actually verifiable, then it cannot be tested. And the hypothesis must be related to a matter which can be clearly defined. So for the variables in the research methodology, the variables is a quality or a characteristic of an individual which is changeable and measurable, such as it can take any different values. Also, there are different types of variables in themselves, including having dependent variable, which are the ones that are used to describe or measure the problem under the study. For example, such as serum cholesterol level in the study of chronic heart disease. There's also the independent variables, and these are the ones that are used to describe or to measure the factors that are assumed to cause or even to influence the problem. For example, the intake of short chain fatty acids in a study of chronic heart disease. Also, there is the confounding variable, which are the variables that are associated with the problem, the outcome, and with the possible causes of the problem, the exposure. So it may even strengthen or weaken the relationship between the outcome and the exposure in itself. For example, in a study to determine the effect of fruit and vegetable consumption on chronic heart disease, smoking is considered to be an independent variable if it is associated with the outcome only. So there is also the background variable, which include the demographic characteristics such as age and gender, education level, all of which can actually contribute to the problem, therefore should be assessed on regular basis. So any variable is considered to be either a qualitative or quantitative variable. Depending on the issue that we are studying, we should determine the type of data that we are collecting. The qualitative variables are those that cannot be measured in figures, and they are either nominal or ordinal variables. So the nominal ones are the variables that one can actually name. They are not measured but simply counted. Also, they often consist of unordered either or type observation, and in this case, they are called binary variables. So, for example, binary nominal variables such as dead or alive, male or female, pregnant or not pregnant. So, they can also have more than two categories, and in this case, they are known as non-numerical variables, such as blood groups, country of origin, and this type of information. There is also the qualitative variables that can be ordinal or ordered or even ranked, and they can be put in order of increasing or descending factor. While for the numerical variables, the quantitative ones, they are the ones that are measured in quantities. So they can be numerical discrete numbers, such as data consistent of count without fraction, such as previous babies born during a certain period. And they can also be numerical continuous, such as blood pressure, age, or birth weight. So these continuous variable could be converted into nominal variable. For example, diastolic blood pressure value can be converted into higher than 90 or lower than 90. So we can change the type of the data to be categorized and depending on our objective and our study. So some of the general terms that are used in studies include data, which are the observations that are made on individuals consisting of a study sample. There is also the quantitative data that are the data based on numbers such as age in years, as well as there is the qualitative data, which are not based on numbers but on categorical scales such as gender or social class. Also, there is the parameter, which are the quantities used to describe the characteristic of such population and the validity of these projects, including whether the instrument is actually measuring what it should be measuring or not. There is also the internal validity, which is the one that relates to the information obtained from the subject in the study in terms of being valid. Also, the external validity or generalizability is the one that relates to how the information are obtained and how it relates to people outside of the study, meaning whether it can actually be generalized to the population or. Also, the variability, which is the quality of or the characteristic of an individual, which is changeable and measurable, and as such can take different values. There is also the attribute, which is a qualitative variable that is not changeable for the same individual, such as gender or tribe. There is also the morbidity, which is any departure from a state of physiological or psychological well-being to a state of being dead. There is also the exposure, which is describing the factor or the variables or even the measure which a person or a group of people come into contact with. There is also the outcome, which describes the factors that are being studied in relation to the effect of a certain exposure. So after deciding the research problem, the hypothesis, and the objective, we should choose the study design. So according to the kind of the problem and the information that are already available to us, and the resources that are available, we can then choose the study type. So there are two types of observational studies mainly. The first is the observational and the second is the experimental type of studies. In the observational type, this is the non-intervention studies such as cohort studies or cross-sectional or case control studies. While for the experimental interventional studies, these are the community trials or field trials and the community interventions such as clinical trial studies. So for the first type of observational study, which is the cohort studies, these are used to describe those, for example, born during a particular year, and they are then followed into a certain time point to assess for any disease development. So it could also be used to describe any group of persons who are followed over a period of time, and a cohort study could be prospective study in which defined population can be identified who have been exposed to a factor which may influence the probability of occurrence of a given disease or other outcome of particular interest. So cohort studies observe the progress of an individual over time. They also study the study proceed from a cause to effect factors, and they help to determine any causal relationship between two or more variables. So the interpretation of these data is often much more difficult than other type of data. Also, the design of these studies should be very careful and it help in determining the time and resources of the investigator and should be allocated with careful consideration. So some of the disadvantages with observational cohort studies is that it have a long follow-up period and mortality within the sample can be a problem and non-availability due to geographical moves or non-willingness to continue the study can all arise as problems of this type of study. Also, a study may follow up two groups of subjects and one that is exposed to a risk factor while the other is not to see if the exposure influences the occurrence of the disease. So results are represented such as incident rate or relative risk incident to determine the best outcome of these factors. So the other type of cohort study is the retrospective studies, in which a group of subjects are identified in the past and then follow up to the future. So overall, cohort studies would require larger sample size than any other type of studies, such as the case control or clinical trial type of study. While for the second part of observational studies, which is the cross-sectional studies, these are the simplest form of epidemiological studies. They investigate the relationship at a single point in time, and they are unable to provide evidence of a causality for this future retrospective or prospective or even experimental study. So there are three general forms of relationship that can exist in cross-sectional studies. So they might be looked in cross-sectional studies, including the difference between groups in the level of some variables, also the difference between groups in the rate of a certain condition, and the association or correlation between two variables in the sample in itself. So it could be used to identify how many people in a given population possess a particular disease or opinion. Also, it is descriptive studies that involve the systematic collection and presentation of data. So cross-sectional studies can be used to explore aspects of a situation or to even seek out an explanation as well as to provide data for testing of a hypothesis. Also, it is very important to choose a representative, non-biased sample in order to have the best outcome of these interventions in general. While on the disadvantage, they need a large sample size with a description of time and place and people. So in order to investigate the causality in any epidemiological study, it is important to include elements that are relating to the cause and the effect. So it is considered to be a cheap and reliable work that is backward in time from the effect to the cause, and they can start with the identification of a person with the disease of an interest or a suitable control reference group. So the cases with the disease are identified and the controls are then obtained to compare them with, and the exposure of the cause and the controls to the factor under the study are then compared, and if the exposures are sufficiently different, then this will support the case for a causal link being present between the studied subject. So the control subject can be chosen to match the individual cases for certain important variables, such as age and gender, leading to what is known as a match study design. So the control can be a sample from a suitable non-disease population, leading to an unmatched study design. Also, it is not correct to require that the control group be alike in every respect in the cases. So the major difficulty in such studies is the selection of a suitable control group. And they are usually easy to carry out, rapid and inexpensive, with requiring fewer subjects and having no greater risk on the subject on themselves. And they can yield quick results, but they cannot provide information about the disease or those selected in the study. Also, case control studies are not suitable for the evaluation of certain therapy, and cases and controls cannot be representative to the whole population because it is in general only a subset of a small number of participants. So the second major type of medical research is the experimental study. So the basis of all experimental study is that the effect of any treatment on an outcome must be compared with the effect of a controlled treatment on an outcome. So it is not ethical to do experimental studies where the exposure is known to be harmful, as well as uh, the non-experimental approach is used in uncontrolled study of any design that are very difficult to interpret. So there are any set out to alter rather than to observe the exposure. So we conduct experimental study to assess the impact of an intervention that we are applying. And they are assigned to subject by the investigator, the intervention, and they can yield strong evidence for the effect of an exposure or an outcome, in addition to measuring the exposure in the present and modifying the exposure as well. Also, it can be conducted among individuals to assess the change or among the groups in the community, and they can also range from very tightly controlled laboratory experiments to large-scale community intervention programs. So some of the terminologies that are used in experimental studies include community trials or field trials, in which these are mass education campaigns that are aimed at changing people knowledge and attitude, for example, towards smoking. So these community interventions, in which the exposure is usually given to the subject in the form of supplement or injection to assist for the best outcome. And in both the community trial or interventional studies, the exposure and the outcome are measured at less controlled conditions and answering the question of whether the treatment work in practice under day-to-day conditions which apply in the real world. Also, a major objective is to assess the factors in which the affect implementation, and they are most often population-based type of studies. While for the clinical trials, they are individual based and used when the subject has a defined clinical state that may have any additional exclusion criteria. So they are measured for measuring the effectiveness of an intervention, and they can also measure the exposure and the outcome under a controlled condition. So answering the question of does the treatment work in theory without consideration of the practical constraint will impose in the real world. Also, major objective is to explore a causal mechanism between the intervention that is applied and the investigated factor or the disease status. So some of the general consideration in experimental study include the selection of the study population. So the problem if they are lost due to follow-up and as such will affect the sample size, in which we can account for this by increasing the number of participants in the study. Also, the allocation of treatment program should be random in each group using the random allocation sampling procedure. And the length of the observation that is applied could be either minutes, weeks, or months, or years, depending on the intervention that we are applying. While for the observer effect, this is ideally that should be blinded to the group, and participant effect, it ideally should be blinded to the true nature of the study group, and analysis with interpretation should be applied, while the outcome will need to be measured at baseline and even after the treatment to assess the change that is determined or made applicable in this case. So for the study population, the population must be clearly defined, and this will help to achieve the study aims by controlling for exposure. Also, this is true for the selection of a population with characteristics that is different from the general population in either one or more aspects, such as vegetarians or having a unique history, for example, born with a low birth weight. So all of these need to be identified by their place of residence or their occupation and by their personal characteristic that we are looking to examine. So when we are choosing the study population, it is important that the result be extended to the whole population of which the study population is actually drawn from. So the more clearly the population is defined at the beginning of the study, then the easier this will be in defining the study and easier in recruitment and with the data collection process as well. And to produce a workable number of subjects regarding the sample size, applying some form of sampling procedure is needed to have a reasonable number of participants. So sampling is defined as the selection of a number of study units from a defined study population. And the correct way to avoid the selection bias is to make use of randomization procedures. So a sample is taken from the study population to provide an estimate of the population parameter, and it is a normal practice to make the sample representative of the population from which it was actually drawn. So the sampling unit is defined as the items that are to be sampled, and they are usually the subject, but they can also be the clinics in a town or school in a county, depending on which we are studying. Also, the sampling frame is the real or imaginary list of the sampling units that are illegal to be sampled, while the sample size is the number of individual in the sample, and the sampling fraction is defined as the fraction of the population size that is taken as the sample. So these are the basic terminologies that we can come across when we are conducting a research project. And for sampling, this is the selection of a number of study units that we need to take to ask three main questions in order to implement. The first is, what is the group of people from which we want to draw the sample from? This is usually the study population. We also need to determine how many people we need in our sample, which is the sample size that, as we have discussed, can be calculated using certain methods. And how will these people be selected, which is the sampling method that we will be using. So having a representative sample has all the important characteristics of the population from which it was actually drawn. And for the sampling method and procedures, there are two major categories. The first one is the probability sampling method. So this one involves random selection procedures in order to ensure that each unit of the sample is chosen on a basis of a chance in order to avoid any bias in the collected sample. So in the simple random sampling, it involves the selection, as we mentioned, of a random subject from a predetermined list of a population, which is the sampling frame, by choosing the required number of participants and using some form of sampling method. So all units must be listed in number in a pre-existing sampling frame, and using fraction to select the next appropriate participant should be applied. There is also the systematic sampling method, in which it is a version of the simple random sampling that will help in avoiding the need for a sampling frame from the beginning. So this procedure involves choosing a starting point in the sampling frame at a random and then choosing every ninth person, for example, on the list. So this will help in ensuring that everyone has a chance of being selected in the study. While another sampling method is the stratified sampling technique. This method involves dividing the population into numbers of a group, which are known as strata, where the members of a group will share a particular characteristic, and then there is a random sampling within that strata. So this is very helpful in ensuring that we can use simple and systematic methods to ensure that the desired representativeness of a specific subgroup is actually achieved. Also, there is the cluster sampling method. It involves dividing the population into groups of units or of clusters, each of which will contain individuals having a range of characteristics, and the subpopulation within the cluster is then chosen in order on some basic criteria that we are looking to investigate. So these are often geographical units such as localities, village, or clinic, depending on the factor that we are studying. There is also the multi-stage sampling method, in which this is an extension of the cluster sampling, but it involves the selection of a sample in stages. For example, taking the sample from another sample. And this will help in working with a larger sample that we can reduce to a more usable sample that we can apply in our research. So the sampling method and procedure involve the non-probability sampling method as well. This is any sampling plan where it is not possible to include people by a chance, and they are less complicated and are acceptable when there is no intention or need to make any statistical generalization to the population. So this involves the quota sampling, in which the strategy is to obtain a representativeness of the various elements of the population. So it can help in ensuring that the sample is in a way representative of the general population in terms, for example, of gender. And there is also the convenience accidental sampling that is sometimes used as a cheap way and doesn't produce representative findings, but often used as a quick method only. So this method involves choosing the nearest and most convenient person that happened to be available at the time of recruiting of participants. So the process is continued until the required sample size has been reached. So how can we choose on the most appropriate study design? The sample size, sorry. So the sample size will depend on the degree of accuracy which is required. As the greater the need for accuracy, then the greater the sample size will be. And the number of variables that we are involved in the research, including that more variables involved, then this will mean that we have to recruit a larger sample size. So when we are recruiting sample size, we need to test for the null hypothesis and set the power of the study to be less than 0.05 as a level of significance that is acceptable in order to have a reproducible or generalizable the finding of the study. So we have reached the end of our session for today. If you have any questions, please do send them on the chat. So in type 2 error, This is rejecting the null hypothesis when the null hypothesis is actually true. So this is relating to the p-value of the study or the significant power of the study. While type 1 is accepting the null hypothesis when it is actually false. So all of these relating to the statistical analysis of the data that we have collected and on choosing an appropriate representative sample size. And most of these calculations are done using software programs such as SPSS in order to make or simplify the statistical analysis. Welcome. So looks like we don't have any more questions. Thank you for your time and بالتوفيق جميعا. We will continue to our next session.
Hello, everybody. Currently, we are going to talk about three different topics during the next 3 hours. Please try to focus with me on each and every detail because we are going to talk about important topics in the field of clinical research that every researcher has to know about them before beginning his or her thesis, or even when it comes to publish a research paper in a well-known journal internationally. So these topics will be very important in your research field. Okay. Please, could you confirm that my voice is clear and you could understand my words? Okay, excellent. Okay, the first topic that we will have today, we will talk about the different types of studies and how we could select or we could choose the study design according to our requirements. And the second lecture will be about scientific writing and different parts of the paper, okay? And the third one will be about the ethical considerations regarding the performing of any clinical trial. We will have a break from I think we will have 2 breaks, and when the time will come to the break, I will let you know. Okay, let's start with the study types. I think you have known during the previous lectures about the clinical research and how we could use clinical research to the benefit of the scientific community and patients. In general, clinical research clinical research is about the investigation, or we could say a steps or a group of investigations in order to reach at the end to a specific result and conclusion. This specific result and this specific conclusion will benefit clinicians, will benefit patients, and it's very important to address a point in the scientific literature that wasn't addressed before in any research paper. That's why an important step in conducting a clinical research trial, or even any type of the clinical trials, is to perform a thorough and comprehensive literature review in order to make sure that this idea wasn't addressed before. Okay. So we have different study types. Currently, we want to know what are these types according to different categorizations. Okay. And also, we want to know when to choose a specific study design for our research. Okay, so we have 3 categorizations. Scientists categorize studies according to 3 categorizations. Firstly, according to the intervention. So we could categorize the study types according to the intervention, whether we are going to use an intervention in the study or not, or we will just observe a group of patients for a specific period of time. Okay. Also, scientists divided the studies into several types according to the design of the study, and we will talk about this in detail in the following hours. Okay. And also, they were successful to divide or to categorize the studies according to the time of the application of the study itself. So let's start with the first categorization. Okay. We have two main types of the studies according to whether there is an intervention or not. The first type is observational studies, and the second one is experimental or interventional studies. Okay. In observational studies, the investigators or the researchers, they are not mandatory. They are not mandated to use an intervention during the study. So they are just trying to follow a specific phenomenon or a specific risk factor. For example, if we want to know the prevalence of lung cancer occurrence among smokers, so here we cannot recruit some participants and force them to smoke in order to study the prevalence of lung cancer among them. So we have just to observe a group of people who are smoking and another group of people who are not smoking in order to observe the difference in the rates of occurrence of lung cancer. Okay, therefore, we have two types, the observational studies and the interventional or experimental studies. And I think it's clear from interventional studies that we use an intervention to study a specific intervention. You want to know, for example, the effect of a specific intervention, like we in physical therapy have electrotherapeutic modalities that we could use in order to improve the motor skills and the other symptoms and signs in patients with various musculoskeletal disorder or neuromusculoskeletal disorders. So, for example, if you want to know the effect of electrotherapeutic modalities in improving the motor skills of patients with stroke, we could use an interventional study, which will be completely controlled in order to know the effect of our modality. So, according to the intervention, we have two types. The first one is observational studies, and the second one is experimental studies or interventional studies. Okay, I think this point is fully clear. So let's step. Okay. In observational studies, we could categorize the studies into two main divisions. The first one will be about descriptive studies, and the second one will be about analytic studies. So please, what is the difference between these two items which are considered under the umbrella of observational studies? Firstly, we have descriptive studies, and I think from this word, we could say that these study types will not address any statistical analysis. They will just try to describe what they are seeing in the recruited participants. For example, one of the examples of descriptive studies are case report and case series. And with time, we will know that case report and case series are two examples of studies that are dedicated to inform the scientific community with any unusual event that happened in one of the patients, and this event wasn't reported in any previous study. For example, I am a physical therapist, and in my clinic, I observed that one of my patients with stroke suffers from different symptoms and signs regarding their GIT, okay, the gastrointestinal tract. And when I searched the literature, I didn't find any paper that reported the same event. So what am I going to do? I will publish a case report or a case series according to the number of the included participants and try to describe in detail the case that is unusual and hasn't happened before. So here, what I'm talking about is description. I'm just describing. I didn't infer any relationship between different items or different variables. I'm just trying to describe an event that happened for the first time during my practice. On the other side, we have analytic observational studies. Analytic observational studies are used in order to perform statistical analysis tests, in order to know the relations between different variables. And two of the most common used observational studies for this objective or this aim are cohort and case control studies. And also we will explain these study types in detail. Okay, so the first categorization of study types is according to the intervention. And here we have two categorizations. The first category is observational studies, and the second one is experimental or interventional studies. And I think we mentioned that the difference between them is the applicability of using an intervention which is forced and which is included by the investigators ourselves. Okay, so the observational studies, we don't use any types of interventions. We are not manipulating the study participants. We are not doing anything, but regarding and concerning the other type of studies, which is experimental or interventional studies, we are using a specific intervention. We are addressing a specific point by the researchers themselves. Okay, and also we mentioned that we have two types of observational studies. The first one is descriptive, and we knew that descriptive observational studies don't include any types of statistical analysis, while analytic studies, or we can say analytic observational studies, we have to do statistical analysis in order to infer a relationship between different variables that we are intended to test. Okay. The second categorization, as we mentioned before, for study types is according to design. Okay. And according to the design of the study, we could divide them into two categories. The first one is qualitative studies, and the second one is quantitative studies. So what is the meaning of qualitative studies? What does this study type mean? Qualitative studies mean that we deal with qualitative data. We are not dealing with quantitative data. And if you studied or if you took some lectures about statistics, I think they were mentioned that we have different types of data. So if you are dealing with numerical data or continuous data, so we are dealing here with quantitative studies. But if we are dealing with studies which are considered not numerical, or we could say theoretical in another words, like time, like place, like persons, so here we are dealing with a qualitative study design. So according to the study design, we have two categorizations. The first category is called qualitative studies, and it depends on using qualitative data. But the second one is quantitative studies, and they depend mainly on the use of quantitative data. Okay, I think the previous points are clear. Please confirm to me in the chat if these points are clear or not. Okay, okay. Let's pass to the third categorization and the last one, which divide the studies according to the time of its occurrence. So we have 3 points of time that we are going to address. The first one, we are going to address the data that was collected in the past. So here we are dealing with the past. We are not dealing with the present. We are not dealing with the future, but we are dealing with the past. We are addressing a group of data that were collected in the past. For example, if you want to know the prevalence of a specific condition in a specific year in the past, for example, 2010, okay, so we are going to search among different health systems in different countries. For example, in Saudi Arabia, there are many organizations, and I think the Ministry of Health in Saudi Arabia had the data of different patients among different years. So we are going to use these data in order to perform a specific research. So here we are dealing with the past, and this study design is called retrospective. But if we are going to deal with the future, and here, what is the meaning of the future? So we started a study design today, okay? We started a study today. So if we are going to collect the data after 1 year, after 1 month, even if we are going to collect the data after 1 hour, so we are dealing with the future. We started the study today, and we collected we collected the data that we want to analyze after the beginning of the study by several months, several weeks, or even several years. So here we are talking about a prospective study design. Okay. The third one is a cross-sectional study. And what is the meaning of a cross-sectional study? And if you focus on the word itself, you will find that we are dealing at a specific point in the present. We are not dealing with a period. We are dealing with a specific point. For example, we want to know the prevalence of hypertension among the population in Saudi Arabia. So we will use sphygmomanometer in order to measure the blood pressure for several participants in Saudi Arabia. So we are dealing with hypertension in the point that we are measuring the hypertension. We are not dealing with the results of a specific intervention on the hypertension after 2 or 3 or 4 months. We are not dealing with the results of hypertension that were found 10 years ago. We are dealing with a prevalence which is present in our current time. So this is called a cross-sectional study. So according to the time of the occurrence of the study, and here I am not talking about the time of the writing of the study, no. I am talking about the time that the study address. So if you are dealing with the past, so this is a retrospective study. If we are dealing with the future, this is a prospective study. If we are dealing with a specific point as a present, so this is a cross-sectional study. So what retrospective means, let's read the slide. Any design that looks at data that have already been gathered. So we are dealing with the past. This is called a retrospective study. The prospective study is any study design that collects data on group of subjects over time according to a carefully written protocol beginning at time zero. This design yields data that enable comparison of groups. What is the meaning of these words? This means that we have written a protocol in order to start a study, and we mentioned in the protocol that the date of the collection of the data will be after writing the protocol by 2 or 3 or 4 months. So are dealing here with the future. So finally, what cross-sectional means? Cross-sectional a design that collect data from a variety of subjects at a given point in time. So we planned to measure the prevalence of hypertension among the population of Saudi Arabia. So here we are talking about a specific point in time. We are talking about a specific point in the timeline in order to know the prevalence of hypertension in this specific point. Okay, I hope that my words are clear. Okay. Okay, so currently we have explained the different types of studies, and the first categorization, as we mentioned before, depends on the intervention. The second one depends on design, and the last one depends on time. And we detailed the types of each categorization. So let's step to our next item. Okay, I want to just show you a specific slide. Okay. This slide provides you with the division of the studies according to the intervention. So we have here observational studies, and we have here experimental or interventional studies. And by the way, observational studies also have different types. And as we mentioned before, that we have analytic types and descriptive types. And I mentioned to you that one of the examples for descriptive studies is case report or case series according to the number of participants included. And also we have the experimental studies or interventional studies. And these studies will divide into two types. The first one is randomized controlled trials, and the second one is quasi-experimental trials. We will define each study design in detail, okay? But I wanted you to see this classification before we begin our explanation. Okay. Let's begin with cohort study. Cohort study is one of the observational studies. And in cohort study, we deal with the future. We are not dealing with the past. Okay, first point. We said that cohort study is one of the observational studies. So this means that we don't have any intervention to use in this study. We are not going to manipulate with the study participants. We are going just to observe a specific phenomenon among different participants or different population or different people in order to know a relation between different variables that is present in this group of people. Okay, so firstly, we are going to select a group of participants according to a specific criteria that we have designed in our protocol, for example. And I think I mentioned this example before. We want to know the prevalence or the degree of occurrence of lung cancer among people who are smoking. So we will bring two groups of people, 100 participants who are smoking and another 100 participants who are not smoking, and try to follow them for about 2 or 3 years. And after the end of the period, we will see whether the lung cancer occurrence was higher in the group, in the smokers or non-smokers. Okay? We will see the rate of the instance or the instance rate of lung cancer was higher in which group, in the smoking group or non-smoking group. Okay, so this is the design which is called a cohort study design. So we are dealing with the future, we are not dealing with the past. We are not going to use any types of intervention because it's not logical or even it's not ethical to force a group of participants who are not smoking to smoke. Okay, so this is not applicable, this is not ethical. So what we have to do is to use a cohort study. Although cohort studies cannot give us a causal relationship as randomized controlled trials do or even experimental studies do, but regarding ethical issues, regarding logical issues, we can do more than this. Therefore, the first step to do with a cohort study is identify and select a study population. Okay, and then you have to follow the cohort members over time to determine health outcome occurrence by exposure status subgroups. So, in the example that we have mentioned, what is the exposure that the participants were exposed to smoking? Some participants are exposed to smoking and the others are not. So the smoking participants will show a degree of occurrence of lung cancer after a specific period of time. And also the non-smoking group will do so. Okay, so after the end of the period, we have to compare the pulse rates and try to know whether lung occurrence was higher in the smoking group or the non-smoking group. Now, what is the advantage of the cohort study? First of all, we could establish causality. What is the meaning of causality? We could say that since the occurrence of lung cancer was higher in the smoking group, so we could say that smoking could be one of the reasons for increasing the risk of lung cancer occurrence. But, and please focus with me on these words. We could say, but we couldn't be assured with 100%. Why? Because this is not a randomized controlled trial. We don't do any types of randomization. We are not controlling all of the confounding variables that could be a reason for lung cancer other than smoking. So yes, cohort could establish a causality, but this will not be 100% sure. Okay. Also, cohort study can determine incidence rates and risks, can be efficient for studying their exposure. For example, in the Soviet Union, there was an accident that was very famous. It's called Chernobyl nuclear bombing or Chernobyl nuclear accident. Okay, if you want to know the effect of this accident on people, what are we going to do? We will just try to follow this group of people that has that have exposed to this accident and compare them to another group of people that weren't exposed to the same accident, and try to compare the results of the two groups after a specific period of time. So cohort study are very efficient and are very effective in studying the rare accidents, in studying the rare incidents, in studying the risk factors that we are not able during ethical and logical considerations to manipulate in randomized controlled trials or intervention studies. Okay, what are the disadvantages of cohort study? They are somehow inefficient as must follow many subjects for a long period of time. As I mentioned for you, that in order to determine a relation between a specific population who are smoking and the occurrence of lung cancer, we have to follow these people for a long period of time. And for sure, there will be a number of dropouts and a number of deaths, so the results of the study will not be somehow accurate. So that's why it's inefficient. Also, it's very expensive to follow these people for a long period of time. And yes, and I think you had different lectures about different types of bias. So this cohort study could be exposed to attrition bias or even loss to follow-up bias. Okay, let's see this diagram, and in this diagram we are explaining the time flow of the cohort study design. We have here a population, okay, and we divided these people into two groups: exposed group and unexposed group to a risk factor, for example, smoking. So we have here a group of people who is exposed to smoking and another group who is not exposed to smoking. Then we follow them for a specific period of time in order to know whether the disease will be higher in the exposed group or the non-exposed group. Okay, let's see another type of observational studies, that's case control studies. By the way, if you want to name, or if you want to categorize cohort studies according to time, what will be its categorization or what will be its classification? I think for sure we could say that cohort studies is one of the types of prospective studies. Why? Because we are dealing with the future, we are not dealing with the past, we are not dealing with a specific point of time, we are dealing with the future. So cohort study is an observational study, and at the same time, it's a prospective study. And if the cohort study is dealing with quantitative data, so cohort study is considered one of the quantitative studies. Okay, case control study is the same design of the cohort study, but with a specific discrimination from cohort studies. In case control study, we are dealing with the past. We are not dealing with the future. Here, we want to know whether the diseased people in the current time were diseased because a specific risk factor that started in the past or not. For example, we will bring a group of people with lung cancer. Okay. And then we will divide them into two groups. The first group was exposed to smoking 10 years ago. And the second group was not exposed to smoking during the same period of time. And then we will see which group has the higher incidence of lung cancer? Okay, which group has the higher incidence of lung cancer? For example, sorry. We will see which group was higher exposed to smoking. I'm sorry, I will try to explain the example from the beginning. Okay, so case control studies, as we said, are dealing with the past. We are using the past in order to know whether the disease was caused by a specific period, by a specific risk factor or not. Okay, I want you to show this diagram in order to understand this idea more clearly. But before viewing this diagram, I want to review this diagram also. So this is the diagram of cohort study. We started with a group of people who don't have the disease, healthy people, and then divided them into two categories. The first category is the category which is exposed to a specific risk factor, which is smoking in our example. And the second group is the group who is not exposed to the risk factor, which is smoking. And then we will see, after the passage of a specific period of time, whether the disease occurrence was higher in the exposed group or the unexposed group. But here we start the study with a group of people, which has the disease, and a group of people which doesn't have a disease. For example, we want to know the relation between smoking and lung cancer occurrence. So we will bring 100 persons with lung cancer and another 100 persons with no lung cancer. And we want to know, during the last 10 years, which group was exposed more to the risk factor, which is smoking. So here, if we have higher number of participants who are exposed to smoking, so we could say that smoking may be a risk factor for the occurrence of lung cancer, because in the other group, which is composed of healthy subjects, we found that the number of participants who were exposed to smoking during the last period were fewer than the other group. So, in the case control study, we start with the disease itself in order to know the effect of the risk factor on it in the past. But in the other study, which is cohort study, we start with healthy subjects. We are not starting with patients with the disease itself. And this is a specific difference, or an important difference, between cohort study and case report studies. Case control studies. So, in studies of disease etiology, for example, researchers begin by selecting a group of patients with a particular disease. For example, patients with liver cirrhosis. So, we want to know the relation between liver cirrhosis and drinking alcohol. We will bring a group of patients with liver cirrhosis and other group of healthy subjects, and we want to know whether the number of participants drinking alcohol during the last 10 years was higher in patients with liver cirrhosis or the healthy subjects group. We want to know the difference between the rates of both groups. Okay, So for examples, lung cancer and exposure to random. So what we are going to do here, we will bring a group of participants with lung cancer and another group with healthy subjects and determine the exposure rates to random in the lung cancer in the lung cancer group and in the healthy group. So what are the advantages of use case control study? First of all, it's inexpensive and efficient, especially for rare diseases. Why it is inexpensive? Because we are not dealing with people. We are not dealing with a follow-up period of time. We are just dealing with data that's recorded in different documentations, in different health system, in different countries. So here we are just dealing with data. We are not dealing with people, and we don't have to follow them for a long period of time, and we are exposed to a loss of follow-up bias or even attrition bias. Okay. And also, it's very useful to study these which have long latencies. Okay, so if you want to know the relation between a specific risk factor and the disease, so we don't have to wait for about 10 or even 15 years in order to know the effect of this risk factor on the occurrence of the disease, because we have already diseased people. So what we are going to do is to just look at their past time and know whether they were exposed to this risk factor or not. The disadvantage is that it's very difficult to select appropriate comparison group, and also there is an important bias that could occur in these types of a study, which is recall bias. What's the meaning of recall bias? A recall bias is a systematic error that occur in different study designs because we depend mainly on the memory of the participants. Because when we try to search for the exposure of specific participants to a specific risk factor, and if we were unfortunate and we were unable to find the documentations for these people, so we have just to ask them personally, and maybe their memory is not too strong, and also in sometimes participants try to formulate stories and formulate answers that didn't happen really in the past. So we are exposed to a recall bias. What's the meaning of recall bias? Is a bias that occurs in the studies due to the dependence of the memory of the participants, as this is not an accurate or this is not an objective factor to judge the results on them. Okay, so the main difference between both designs: case control, the study begins with the diseased and non-diseased people, while cohort study, the study begins with exposed people who are healthy and non-exposed people who are also healthy. Okay, the last type of the analytic observational studies is cross-sectional or prevalence study. And by the way, if we want to name the case control study under the categorization of study types according to time, we will say that case control studies are one of the types of the retrospective studies. Why? Because it deals with the past. So another difference between case control and cohort studies, that cohort studies are prospective studies, while case control studies are retrospective studies. Cross-sectional studies are dealing with a specific point in time, as we explained before. So it's also called a snapshot study, as it captures a moment in time. It's just a snapshot. So if we have a timeline that starts from now till 10 years forward, we are just dealing with a specific point here. We are not dealing with the future. We are not dealing with the past. but we are dealing with a specific point in time. That's why it's called a snapshot study, as everyone is taking a photograph for a friend or even for a family member. This photograph is describing this person at the time of its taking, okay? So why we do cross-section studies and why we do prevalence studies? Because you want to measure exposures and the health outcome status of the study participants. We want to know, for example, the prevalence of anxiety or even depression among patients with stroke. We wanted to know the quality of life of people who are living in Saudi Arabia. We want to know the quality of life of patients with spinal cord injuries. So here we are talking about a specific outcome at a specific point in the present or a specific point in time. We are not dealing with the future. We are not dealing with the past. We are just dealing with the present states. Okay. So currently we have finished, okay, the observational studies, and let's return back to our diagram. We said that according to the intervention, we could divide the studies into two categories, the observational studies and the experimental studies. And we said that observational studies have two divisions, the analytic ones and the descriptive ones. And we said the descriptive ones, or we could say case report and case series studies, are just describing unusual events or unusual acts that happened accidentally in our daily practice or anything else. But analytical studies are dealing with studies that use statistical analysis in order to provide a relationship, in order to provide the prevalence of a specific risk factor, a specific disease among a group of people. So let's start to explain experimental studies, which are more important in the scientific community than observational studies. The first type of experimental studies is randomized controlled trials. And by the way, the randomized controlled trials are also named or are also named as a gold standard for producing a causal relationship between different variables. I think you heard previously the causality, and we said the cohort study could also produce a causal relationship between different variables, but we also said that we have a specific limitation in this because we don't have in cohort study two important factors that are available in randomized controlled trials, which are randomization and controlling the study. In cohort studies, we are just observing the patients, but here randomized controlled trials are one of the examples of the interventional studies. So we have here to manipulate the participants. Let's look briefly at this diagram. Okay, in order to perform a randomized controlled trial, we have to select specific criteria in order to select our patients. For example, our criteria state that we have to select patients with stroke whose age are more than 40 years old. So we will look at different hospitals in different parts in our country and try to select the potential participants that could participate in our study. So we have population, we set selection criteria, and we divided this population into non-participants and potential participants. And why we said potential participants? Because they are not actually participants in our study. Why? Because we haven't invited them yet. After determining the potential participants, we have to invite them to participate in our study. If they agree to participate in our study, so they are actual participants in our study. But if they refuse and reject to participate in this study, we couldn't use them as participants in our study. So after setting the selection criteria, we divided the population into non-participants and potential participants. The potential participants, we invited them to our study. a group of them agreed to participate in the study, and they are called actual participants or participants, and a group of them rejected to participate in our study, and they are called non-participants. Okay. After selecting the participants for our study, we have to perform an important step, which is randomization. What is the importance of randomization, clinicians? Randomization is a very important step in order to make sure that both groups, or even the groups that are participating in our study, are comparable regarding all the factors that could affect our results other than the intervention or the independent factors that we are using in our study. For example, if we want to know the effect of a specific drug on hypertension, then we selected our participants and divided them without randomization into two groups. And then the first group has a higher percentage of drinking alcohol than the second group. Okay, the interventional group is drinking alcohol, okay, fewer than the control group. Then the results that we have, that the intervention group, after taking the drug, reported a lower hypertension compared to the control group. So we will report in our results that this drug was effective in reducing the hypertension in patients with hypertension. But are these words trustworthy? Not. Why? Because there was another factor that deviated the results from the truth. So what is this factor? Is drinking alcohol. And why drinking alcohol factor was higher in the control group compared to the interventional group? Why? Because we didn't conduct randomization at the beginning of our study. So the benefit of randomization is to produce groups that are comparable in all results, that are comparable regarding all factors. So we could say that the first group is similar to the second group regarding the age, regarding sex, regarding all the factors that could deviate the results and produce untrustworthy results. Okay. After randomization, we will manipulate our independent factor, which may be the intervention, which may be a diagnostic study, which may be a risk factor. Okay. And then we will have the results, and we will try to analyze these results in order to know the effectiveness of a specific intervention. Here, if we were able to perform good randomization, to perform proper blinding of participants, and we will talk about what is the meaning of blinding at the end. If we were able to control all the confounding variables, all the biases, all the systematic errors, we could say at the end that the degree of the improvement, or even the difference between the participated groups in the study, were due to the application of the intervention and are not due to any other factor or any other confounding factor. Okay. So, randomized controlled trial, and this is the acronym, has become the accepted standard for evaluating therapeutic efficacy. Because I told you that randomized controlled trials are the gold standard for producing a causal relationship between different variables. Randomized controlled trials are performing in a prospective fashion to allow as much control of variables as possible. Because one of the main important descriptives and important factors of randomized controlled trial is controlling the different variables of the study. So if we are going to conduct the study in the past, so we will not be able to control all these variables. So what we are going to do is just start a study and then conduct our intervention and collect the data after a specific period of time. Okay. The outstanding feature of such a trial is the use of randomization to help prevent bias in the assignment of subject to specific intervention group. And I think we explained this in detail, that we have to conduct randomization in order to produce two comparable groups, two comparable set of participants in order to prevent any types of bias that could arise due to an error in our selection for the participants. If randomization is carried out properly, differences in outcomes that are observed among treatment group tend to result from treatment effects and not from inherent difference among the groups. And also we explain this, that if we conducted randomization probably, we will say that the two groups are similar at the beginning of the study. So at the end of the study, if there is any difference between the two groups, this will be due to the intervention or the independent factor that we included in the study and not due to any other factor. Okay. However, RCTs are often difficult to conduct. Many clinicians and patients are reluctant to accept randomization, especially if one of the proposed interventions is particularly desirable or undesirable. Okay, because and by the way, this is not very common, but some clinicians may be biased toward one of the included interventions or one of the used interventions in the study. So they try to manipulate with the randomization in order to produce at the end or in order to report at the end that the favored intervention was better than the other one. Sometimes there is some ethical considerations while dealing with randomized controlled trials, and as a second lecture, we will deal with the ethical considerations in detail. And also, in randomized controlled trials, we deal with a large number of patients. Okay, so this is also a very difficult issue. The last type of the interventional studies, or the second type of interventional studies, is quasi-experimental design. And the difference between quasi-experimental design and randomized controlled trials is that we don't have here a randomization process. We are not conducting a randomization process. So somehow this type of designs or this type of study design could produce a bias. Okay, so this is also another type of interventional study. So this is not an observational study, but the difference between quasi-experimental design and randomized controlled trials, that we are not using randomization. Okay, this is the end of our first lecture. You will be provided a break for about 15 minutes from now. So in Cairo time, you will return back at 4:15 minutes. And I think in Saudi Arabia, you will have to come back at 5:15 minutes. Okay, so please return at a specific time. Okay, let's start our second topic. And currently, we will try to explain different parts of the study and how we could read them and also write them. Because scientific writing is one of the ways of communication that by it we can communicate with scientists and the clinician not only in our time but also in different times. For example, if you want to know a specific piece of information that was published during the last century or that was known at this time, so what are we going to do? We will just try to search for this piece of information on the different databases in different text boxes. Okay, and also in the future, if scientists try to know a specific paper or specific study that was published in our current time, so they will try to search for it also. So, what will make our study and our research paper clear is scientific writing. And by the way, scientific writing depends on some criteria that should be addressed to make sure that our paper is clear and comprehensive, informative to all readers. Okay, this is the first point. And also we want to know each part in the paper address which step in our research process. Okay. So, what are the framework that we have to follow in order to write a research paper? And also, what is the framework that we have to consider while reading a specific paper? Okay. The framework could be summarized in an acronym that's called IMRAD. IMRAD is an acronym, okay, this is an acronym that summarizes 4 essential parts of any study. Okay, the first part is introduction, and it is represented by the letter I in IMRAD. The second part is methods, and it is represented by the letter M in IMRAD. The third part is results, and the last part is discussion. Okay. Each part of IMRAD describes a specific process in the empirical research process. In order to conduct a specific research or a specific study, we have to follow a group of steps in order to reach to our final result. So, what is the first step that we have to follow? The first step is the formulation of the idea itself. So, if I am a researcher or even if I am a clinician, and during my practice, I find a new idea for a new research. So, we have now an idea, but before conducting the study, or before beginning our research clinical trial, we have to know whether this study or this idea was addressed before or not. So what we have to do? We have to search different databases in order to make sure that this idea will not be repeated and this idea was not addressed at any specific research paper before. So the first step is formulating an idea and the identification of a specific area of study. Then we have to search the literature in order to make sure that this idea was not addressed before. After this, we have to define the objectives and also set our hypothesis, whether we are going to set a null hypothesis or even an alternative hypothesis. This step should be completed after the literature review. After this, we will choose the design of our study. For example, if we want to know the effect of a specific intervention, and we have the capability of selecting a group of people and randomizing them and controlling all the different variables, so here we are able to choose a randomized controlled trial. But if we want to study the prevalence of a specific risk factor in a specific population, what should we do? Which study design we have to choose? I think here we have to follow the cross-sectional study design. Okay, another example. If we are dealing with a rare disease, and please try to focus on my words. If we are dealing with a rare disease that is not common among the population that we live in currently, but we have a group of patients with the disease already, and we want to know the risk factor, the different risk factors that participated in the development of this disease. What is the appropriate study design? I think here we have to follow the case control study. Okay, the last example. If we want to know the effect of a specific risk factor for the development of a specific disease, we have in different areas in the country different factors. So we have to know the effect of living near these factors on the occurrence of different types of cancers in the future. Which study design should we follow? I think here we have to use the cohort study design. So according to the idea, according to the available factors, according to our research objectives, and also according to our review to the literature, we will be able to choose the appropriate study design. After choosing the appropriate study design, we have to do some mathematics and do some calculations in order to determine the specific sample size that we have to include in our study. Okay, sample size calculations depends on many and different factors. One of these most important factors, if we are going to deal, for example, with cross-sectional study, that we have to know the prevalence of this risk factor or this factor in a similar study. But if we don't have similar studies, we could, if we don't have a similar study, we could use somehow a near number to estimate our sample size. Okay, this topic is very wide and it has different factors, so we are not going to talk about it in detail here. But we have to know just that after choosing the study design, we have to determine the sample according to this study design type. Also, we have to recruit the participants. We have to follow the ethical considerations and obtain an acceptance from the ethical committee of the relevant university. We have to use an informed consent in order to make sure that all the participants know the different risk factors of the study. All the participants know the different benefits and different harms of the study, and they agree to participate in the study with the knowledge of all the different aspects of this study. After that, we have to collect the data, okay, and then use statistical analysis tests in order to analyze the data that we have collected. Finally, we should discuss the results of our paper in comparison with other studies that were published on the same group, on the same topic, or even on a relevant topic. So I think we have nearly 8 steps in order to perform the empirical research process or complete the empirical research cycle. The first step is the identification of the area of the study and the formulation, the idea and the problem formulation. Second step is to review the literature in order to make sure that this idea was not addressed before in the study. The third one is to determine the research objective and determine the research hypothesis. According to the objectives and according to the type of the problem, and also according to my available tools, I could choose and I could determine my study design. Afterward, I have to follow the steps of the procedures, whether performing sampling, assignment of participants, recruitment of the participants, following the ethical considerations in order to make sure that my study will not be violated by any misuse of the participants or even of the intervention. After this, we have to collect the data using different instruments, different materials, and to manage the process of data collection. Then we have to use and to conduct several statistical analysis tests in order to analyze our results. Finally, we have to discuss the results of our study in comparison to the other studies that were published on a same topic or even on a relevant topic, and write a conclusion at the end of the study. These are the different, or this is a sequence of performing a clinical research in brief. Okay. Every part in the research paper describe a group of steps or a step in the sequence or in the cycle of the performance of the research process. Okay? Again, every part in the research paper that you are reading or you are writing describes a specific part or a specific step in the empirical research process. Let's start with the first part that you have read or write in the research paper. We will start with the introduction. Okay, we stated that the first step in performing a clinical research is to formulate the problem. So the introduction must introduce to the reader the problem. Okay, and also we stated that after formulating the problem and after stating the relevant area of study, you have to perform a literature review. So also introduction will provide the reader with a brief review of the literature that is related to our area of study or our problem. At the end of the introduction, you have to determine your research objectives, to determine your research hypothesis, and to write the significance and the research question of your study. So the first 3 steps of the empirical research process should be presented carefully and in detail in the introduction process. So, introduction should comprise a background of the study and the problem statement. It also should include the research question, the research objective, and also the research hypothesis. So, I think by this, the introduction will cover the first 3 steps of the empirical research process. Okay? Are my ideas clear to you? Please try to confirm to me in the chat, please, in order to step to the next ideas. Okay. Okay, good. It's very good. Yes, okay. So, as we said, the introduction will describe the 3 steps at the beginning, or the 3 steps that we have to begin with our empirical research process. Okay. The second section that you have to write or read in your paper is the method section. And please remind me by the next steps after writing our research objectives. What are the next steps, clinicians? Firstly, we have to determine the study design. And in the method section, you will read the first statement that the researchers used a cross-sectional study. The researchers used a randomized controlled trial, or this is a systematic review that was conducted in according to the preferred reporting items of systematic review and the meta-analysis, which is PRISMA guidelines. So, the first statement in method section will be always about the study design that was chosen by the researchers. And also, this is the 4th step after the end of the introduction. Okay, then they will, the researchers in the method section will try to explain the procedures that they have conducted in order to complete the research process. For example, they will provide you with how they calculated the sample size, which is suitable to provide a powerful effect size at the end. They will provide you with the procedures that they have used in order to provide the intervention for the participants, or even to how they collected the data if we are talking about an observational study. They will provide you with details about the outcome measures that they have used in the study. For example, if we are dealing with a study that's aiming to study the efficacy of electrotherapy modalities in patients with stroke. So we stated in our research paper that we will use handheld dynamometer in order to measure the muscle strength of the upper limb. We said that we will use the Biodex balance system in order to assess the balance of the participants. So, in the method sections, clinicians, we have to state all the steps that were conducted in order to provide the final result of the research paper. And by the way, if you apply your research paper in order to be published in one of the most important peer-reviewed journals among the world, one of the most important sections that should be read carefully by any reviewer is the methods section, because the methods section is the source of all bias, is the source of all errors that could lead to lead to the rejection of your paper. For example, here in impact research team, we were reviewing the method section of a systematic review that was conducted in Egypt in order to be published in a journal. I think this journal was in Britain. However, we found there were several mistakes in conducting the meta-analysis process, and this could be a reason for the rejection of the paper. So please be careful and be thorough while critically appraising a paper, especially the methods section, and while writing the methods section of your thesis or your paper. Okay. Finally, the methods section should end with the statistical analysis tests that will be used in order to calculate the effect size of our paper. For example, if we want to know the correlation between two variables in our paper, so we have to use chi-square. If you want to know the descriptive data of the participants, so we could use the mean, the median, standard deviation, or even the median and the interquartile range, and etc. If you want to know the difference between two groups regarding their means, we could use the independent t-test. If you want to know the difference in one group pre and post a treatment, we could use the paired t-test. So, in the statistical analysis procedures or statistical analysis paragraph, we have to detail all the tests that could be used in order to report the results at the end. So, the methods section cover how many steps in the empirical research process. Let's get to this figure in order to know. I think it will cover the 4th step, the 5th step, and the 6th step. It will cover the study design, the procedures, and the data collection. This is the importance of the method sections, and as I told you, this is the most important section in writing or reading any research paper or even your thesis. Okay, let's get to the results sections. And yes, here we have the headlines that should be mentioned in methods like study area, study setting, for example, location and topography. And let me explain with you a specific question that is very important here. Why it is important to explain the area or the setting that I have conducting the research in it? Could you have an answer? Please, if you have an answer, message it in the chat. Okay, please, if you have an answer, write it in the chat. I will give you 1 minute in order to answer this question. Why it is important to describe the study area or the setting in detail in the methods section. If you have an answer, please write it in the chat. I will give you 1 minute to listen to your answers. Okay, let me answer this question personally. Okay, the study area or the study settings will provide the readers with the environmental factors that surround the participants who participated in the study. For example, we live here in the MENA region, so we couldn't use the same factors that were used in the Western countries on our patients because there are differences between them. So if the study area or if the study setting was in another country which has different factors compared to other countries, we have to be careful, we have to be cautious, because these factors, by the way, could affect the external validity of the study. And what is the meaning of the external validity of the study? The external validity of the study means the applicability of the generalization of the results for all patients among the world. Okay. Also, another headlines that you could find in the methods section is intervention, participants, and outcome measurements. Also, you will find how the researchers process the data using different statistical methods, using different analysis tests in order to produce the results at the end. Okay. Then we have the results section. Results section is the product of the last paragraph in the methods section. Because as we mentioned, the last paragraph in the methods section is about the statistical analysis tests that should be used in order to produce the result. So the results will be the conclusion of these tests. You would know the number of the participants that participate in the study. You will know the age, the sex, maybe the marital status. You will know the medical condition. You will find different comparisons in order to know whether both groups were comparable or not at the beginning of the study. You will find the difference between the interventional group and the comparison groups and which means were higher at the end of the study. You will know whether after a period of the follow-up, the results have changed or not. So results should be read carefully and read thoroughly, because using the results, you will be able to know the conclusion of the study that you have reading or you have writing. After this, the discussion part. The discussion part starts with a summary of the results of your paper. Then you will have to compare the results of your paper with another papers that were published on the same topic or on a relevant topic. For example, I have published a paper on the effect of electrotherapeutic modalities in patients with stroke. So I have to compare my results with another papers that were published on the effect of manual skills or manual techniques on stroke patients. I could say that my study reported that electrotherapeutic modality was found to be significant in improving the motor skills of the upper limb of patients with stroke. However, in another study that investigated the effect of manual therapy in patients with stroke, the effect there was lower was lower than our study. Okay, so in the discussion, you have to discuss your results. You have to compare your results with other studies, and also you have to find reasons for the difference between different studies. Why your studies was different with another study that using the same techniques and using the same tools. Maybe there is a reason that you have to find and state it in your paper, or even that you have to find while reading a paper. Okay. So at this part, I think we have fully covered the essential parts that you have to find or you have to write while conducting a research paper. First, we have the introduction part, and the introduction part covers the first 3 steps of the research empirical process. The second part, which is the methods, covers the step 4, step 5, and step 6. Results cover step 7, and discussion covers step 8. So currently, we have all the parts of the empirical research process covered and explained. I think I have missed one point in the discussion part, and I will try to address immediately that we have to write at the end of the discussion part the limitations of our study. What is the meaning of limitations? We have to tell the reader that we may unintentionally made some mistakes in the empirical research process that could lead to some biases. So please be cautious while reading the paper. Okay, this ethically is very important because you have to let the clinicians with the important factors that they have to consider while giving a specific medication to their patients. Okay. Okay, please tell me in the chat whether what we have explained currently is clear or not. Please let me know whether it was clear or not. Okay, let's talk about some additional parts, some additional parts that we will have to address and find during reading or writing the paper. Okay, in the first part of the cover page that you will find at the beginning of your research paper, you will find the title. Okay, you will find the title. The title should be clear and informative and should reflect the aim and the approach of the work. Okay, but please be specific and don't mention any results or conclusions in the title because, and let's be clear in this point, we are publishing our research papers in journals. And by the way, these journals are seeking for a financial benefit. So if you mention the conclusion in the title, the readers will not have enthusiasm to access the full paper and read it fully. So the title, I'm sorry. So the title should be clear, should be informative, and should reflect the aim and the approach of the work. It also should be comprehensive, but please don't mention any results or conclusion in the title. This is the first additional part that's not included in the MRAD acronym. The second additional part is abstract, and you will find it in the second paper after the cover page. We have two types of abstracts, and we decide whether type to use according to the criteria of the journal. Firstly, we have a structural abstracts that consists of different titles like background, aim, methods, results, and conclusion. And under each title, we have 2 or 3 sentences that explain the title. Okay, by the way, the abstracts shouldn't be more than 250 words. Okay, but the other type, which is unstructural, we have the sentences or the statements in the abstract with no titles. So we have a full paragraph with no separations, with no titles, and all the data are organized in sequential sentences in order to describe the abstract and summarize the paper that we are writing or we are reading. So this is the second part, the abstract. The third part is the conclusion part. The conclusion part, you will find it at the end of the study, after the discussion part. In the conclusion part, you just trying to know the conclusion of the paper, but you will not find any details regarding the methodology. You will not find any comparison with similar studies. You will not know much details or you will not know more details about the results, about the literature review, about the study, and about the formulation of the idea and the problem formulation. So you have to read the study in detail, you have to read all the parts of the study, and at the end, you have to read the conclusion or write the conclusion. And by the way, some readers may not have enough time to read the full papers, so they are just trying to read the abstract and know the idea or know the results from the abstract. And this is a very common problem among many clinicians, because through abstract, yes, you'll be able to know the results of the study, but you will not be able to know to critically, but you will not be able to know the quality of the study. And by the way, we are not depending only on the result of the study. We have to depend on the quality of the study. We have to depend on the internal validity of the study, because the internal validity of the study and its external validity will determine whether we will use the results of this study or not. This will determine whether we will use the results of this study or not, because maybe there are some mistakes in the conduction of the study. So the results will have many biases and will be deviated from the truth. Maybe maybe a study states that there is an effect for an intervention, but in reality, this intervention doesn't have any effect on the patients. So by this way, we are harming our patients and not benefiting them. The last part that you find at any paper is the references and bibliography. And in this part, you have to state all the references and all the sources that you used while writing your paper. And I think, as you know, there are different styles for references, and these styles are differ. These styles differ from each other according to the arrangement of the different parts of the reference. For example, the reference must have the name of the authors, must have the title of the paper, the name of the journal, and the numbers of the volume, the issue, and the date of the publication. All these items could be arranged differently according to the style of the reference. So from where we should know which style we must use, or we should use, also according to the criteria of the journals that we are publishing in. Okay. This is a diagram that summarizes or that describes different parts that should be used in the paper. Here we have the title, and here also we have the description of a good title. We have the abstract, we have the introduction, methods, results, discussion, and at the end we have conclusions. And in some paper we will find acknowledgement, and in acknowledgement we have to acknowledge those people who are able to help us in the conduction of the study, or even in the writing of the study, but they are not fulfilling, or they are not comply with the standards of the authorship. And at the end, we have references. Okay, let's try to read a paper. Okay, to read a paper and try to apply what we have learned during this lecture in reading this paper. Okay. Okay. Let's take this paper as an example. Okay. The title here, I think, is informative and clear. So what the title states is the effect of afferent electrical stimulation with mirror therapy. So the intervention is clear in the title. And also Okay, and also the outcomes that are used in the paper are also clear in the title, which are motor function, balance, and gait. Also, the patients are well known. We here are dealing with chronic stroke survivors, and also the study design is clear and mentioned in the title. So this is a perfect title to use at the beginning of any study. We have here the names of the authors that conducted this study, and we have here their affiliations and the universities that they are affiliated to. Okay, we have here the abstract, and we have mentioned that there are two types of abstracts. So what's the type of this abstract? This is a structural abstract. Okay, then we have the first part, which is the introduction. And I think that I told you that introduction should comprise the first three steps of the empirical research process. So what are the first three steps? The first one is a problem formulation. The second one is a literature review. And the third one is stating the research aim, hypothesis, and objective. Here, the authors are stating the literature review, and they are writing and they are talking about the mirror therapy and the electrical therapy, and at the end of the introduction they are stating the aim of the study. Therefore, the aim of this study was to use afferent electrical stimulation combined with mirror therapy for the lower limbs of chronic stroke survivors. Okay, so they firstly talked about, they firstly wrote about the literature, they firstly wrote about the formulation of the problem, and they stated here that there is a gap of knowledge because there is no paper that used afferent electrical stimulation with mirror therapy before. Therefore, the aim of this study and the significance of this study is to study effect of the combination of these both therapies. Right. Then we have the material and methods. And I told you previously that the first statement that you will find at the beginning of the materials and the methods section is the design of the study. So the writers here and the authors here, according to the literature review, according to the study objective, according to the research question, according to the available tools that they have in their hands, they chose to use a pre-test and post-test randomized controlled trial. Then they wrote about the number of the participants that they have used. Here they didn't mention how they calculated their sample, okay, and also they wrote about the randomization process, okay. Also they wrote about the participants and the settings. And if you remember, I told you that the participants and setting is very important for the extendability of the study, and it will help clinicians know whether they could use the results of the study with their patients or not. And here they mentioned that they received the ethical approval from the Institutional Review Board of Kangnam University. Okay, they mentioned also here how they calculated their sample size. So this study, I think, it's perfect regarding the methods section. And also here they have mentioned the procedures, how they applied the afferent electrical stimulation therapy, and how they applied the mirror therapy. And also for sure, they let us know the outcome measurements that they used in order to know the results of their study. And here they divide the outcome measurements into primary outcomes and secondary outcomes. And at the end of the methods sections, they mention the statistical analysis that they use. For example, here they said that they use the Shapiro-Wilk method test in order to test the normality of the distribution of the data, that they use a paired sample t-test or a Wilcoxon design test in order to know or compare the results pre and post the application of the treatment in one group, and they used t-test or Mann-Whitney test in order to compare the mean of two different groups. Okay, and also they set here the p-value that they used in order to test the significance of their study, which was 0.05. Here is the results. Okay, they mentioned in table 1, okay, the description of the experimental and control group. Maybe they didn't include the personal data of the participants, and maybe this is a mistake. Okay. Also, here is the discussion. At the beginning, they summarized the results of their paper. After this, they were able to compare the results of their paper with another studies. Okay. After the end of the discussion, you will find the limitation of the study, and I told you that limitations are very important to be mentioned in the study. And after this, you will have the conclusion part, and then the references section, and I think they use the Vancouver style. However, this is a paper, and I think what we have explained during the lecture is fully applied here in the research paper. Okay, so let's shift to another topic, which will be the ethical considerations that should be followed while conducting a research paper. We will have a break after half an hour, so please try to hear me during the following half an hour. Okay. In ethical considerations that we have to follow as researchers in conducting any research paper, we will talk about 4 different titles. Firstly, we will talk about how the research rules and ethics were evolved during the last century. What is the importance of research and ethical consideration? And we will talk about what is the institutional review board. Then we will end by the different types of ethical considerations. Are you ready for what's coming? Okay, I think you are all ready. Okay. Here we are going to talk about, I love to describe this accident as a very cruel accident that happened during the World War II. The Nazis, during World War II, tried to conduct very cruel experiments on participants. These participants were mainly recruited from the British and the French captives that they were able to captive during the World War II. However, scientists didn't get the agreement from participants in order to the participants, scientists didn't have the agreements of the participants in order to in order to participate in the study. For example, I will give you an example. Most of the anatomical features of humans or of the human body that we know in our current period was or were produced or were reported after the World War II. Why? Because during World War II, Nazi physicians tried to dissect people while they are alive in order to know the different parts of their bodies. So this is not humane, this doesn't follow any religious rules, any laws, any ethics. That's why after the World War II, there was a meeting which was considered an important meeting, an important conference in Nuremberg, in order to state the rules that any researcher or any clinical trial should follow it in order to comply with the ethical considerations while conducting any research study. So here, prior to World War II, and also during World War II, there was little concern with the treatment of human subjects and their participation in the research. Thus, there were no formal protections that existed at this point in time. Therefore, after the end of World War II in 1945 and in 1948, there was a meeting for different physicians from different areas in the world in Nuremberg in order to produce the Nuremberg Code. This Nuremberg Code laid down 10 standards for any physician and for any researcher in order to confirm too when carrying out an experiment on human participants. However, this Nuremberg Code was not somehow strict and was not comprehensive, and there were many points of weakness in this code. That's why in 1964, the World Medical Association developed ethical principles to be guidelines and to be strict rules for any medical doctors or for any physicians or for any researchers who are working in the biomedical research field, which involves mainly human subjects. In 1964, and on the day of the meeting, the World Medical Association adopted what's called the Declaration of Helsinki in response to concerns with research in patient population. This Declaration of Helsinki was revised after this many times. Firstly, it was revised in 1975. Following this revision, there were another revisions in 1983, 1989, 1996, and finally, the final version of the Declaration of Helsinki that we follow during our current days is the Declaration of Helsinki that was finally revised in 2000 at the beginning of this new century. Okay. Here we have an important question, because as I told you previously that most of the anatomical discoveries came out during the World War II, when many Nazi physicians performed cruel and inhumane or unhumane unhumane research process on the participants and on the captives. But although these pieces of information and these papers were very important in the progress of the medical field, but on the other hand, this was very cruel to humans. We don't have to deal with humans with this way. So the first reason for setting guidelines and for setting rules to deal with humans in clinical research is to protect the rights of research participants. But although ethical considerations deal mainly with the right of the participants, but it also deals with another aspects in order to improve the quality of the finally produced research papers. So ethical consideration also try to enhance research validity. And I think here some some of the clinicians that are attending this lecture that are attending this lecture have a question: how ethical considerations could help in enhancing the research validity? Okay, for example, I think we explained previously during the previous 2 hours the steps for conducting a research process and how we could write different parts of the research process. So if researchers don't comply with all these standards, with all these rules, the validity of the research paper will be affected and will be harmfully impacted. That's why their results will not be trustworthy, and the clinicians will not be able to use these results, or they may be mistakenly use these results, and this will be harmful to the patients at the end. Therefore, also, when the ethical considerations try to enhance the research validity, this will be at the end to the advantage of the patients and to the advantage of the humans at the end also. Also, ethical considerations aim to maintain scientific or academic integrity. What is the meaning of academic integrity and scientific integrity? Here we try to force the researchers to use good tools in order to produce good results, to be honest while writing their research papers and their studies, and not try to fabricate any research step or any results in order to publish the research paper in a journal or in a well-known peer-reviewed journal. So these ethical considerations also try to maintain scientific or academic integrity. So why the ethical considerations care about the academic integrity? Because this will also enhance the research validity, and if the research validity is enhanced in different studies, the results will be trustworthy, and this will not harmfully affect patients in different countries. Is this clear to you? And here we explain the word academic integrity. The word academic integrity in detail. What is the meaning of academic integrity? Is the value of being honest. So if you are going to perform a research paper, you have to be honest. You have to be trustworthy. You have to be responsible. You have to be courageous to complete the research paper in order to publish the research results to the scientific community. You have to be professional. You have to respect yourself and patients and clinicians, and also you have to be fair. Okay, and if you don't comply with academic integrity, so you will be academically dishonest. You will either plagiarism, you will either cheat, you will either try to fabricate some data, you will try to use others' data without citing them probably. So all of these acts or all of these conducts will at the end affect patients in a bad way. Okay, in order to start a research paper, you will have to submit a research proposal to an organization which is called the Institutional Review Board. And what Institutional Review Board? So I will give you an example. in my faculty, which is Faculty of Physical Therapy, Cairo University, in order to start a research paper, whether it was on humans or even on any other types of creature, I have to apply my plan for the study and the procedures that will be conducted in the study to the institutional review board. So why I have to do this? Because I have to get an acceptance from this board that this study is safe, that this study is ethically correct, and there are no harmful acts and there are no harmful procedures that could impact the participants of this study. So this is the importance of the ethical agreement that you get from your relevant institutional review board. So if you are working in a specific hospital in Saudi Arabia, or if you are a student in the postgraduate studies in Saudi Arabia in any university, before beginning your study or before beginning your thesis, you have to get an acceptance from the institutional review board in order to begin your study. So what is the institutional review board? Is a committee that checks whether your research aim and research design are ethically acceptable and follow your institutional's code of conduct. They check that your research materials and procedures are up to that code. So if you were successful to design an ethical research paper, you will receive an approval from the institutional review board, and you can start your study and begin collecting data according to the approved procedures. And if you want to make any changes to your procedures or materials, you will need to submit a modification application to the institutional review board for the approval. So if you are the beginning stated that you will collect data by a specific way, then after this you have changed your mind and you decided to change the method of data collection. So what you should do, you should submit another modification application to the institutional review board, and then you will get an approval or not. Okay, so what if you were unfortunate and your application was unsuccessful? You may be asked to resubmit with modifications, or your research proposal may receive a rejection. So whether the institutional review board will ask you to apply another applications with some modification, or they will tell you that your application is completely rejected and the idea itself is completely rejected, so you don't have to apply this idea again to the board, and you will have to find another idea to perform. What are the different aspects of ethical considerations that we have to explain during our lecture? First, we will talk about the voluntary participation of the participants. We will talk about the informed consent, the anonymity, the confidentiality, the potential for harm, and the results communication. First, the voluntary participations. As I told you previously that during the World War II, the participants of the different research studies that were conducted at their time didn't agree to participate in the study, but they were forced to participate in the study in order to produce a beneficial effect or a beneficial result for the investigator and for the researchers. So the first ethical consideration that any researcher has to comply with is the voluntary participation of the participants. So all research subjects are free to choose to participate without any pressure or coercion. And also, they are able to withdraw from or leave the study at any point without feeling an obligation to continue. And also, you participants don't need to provide a reason for leaving the study. So, as you remember, we have explained the cohort study design. During the cohort study design, maybe some participants choose to not complete the study. So they have the right to do this. They have the right to choose their choice without any obligations and without even feeling an obligation or even an ethical obligation that they have to continue the study. And also, when they choose to withdraw from the study, they don't have to give any reason to justify their withdrawal. Also, in order to give the participants their feeling of the ability to participate freely and voluntarily, and also their ability to withdraw at any time, it's important to make it clear to them that there are no negative consequences or repercussions to their refusal to participate. After all, they are taking the time to help you in the research process. So, you should respect their decisions without trying to change their minds. So, you don't have to threaten them. You don't have to force them to continue their study. You have to give them the freedom to do whatever they want, to voluntarily participate in the study, to withdraw at any time and without giving any justification or reasoning for their choice. Okay. The second aspect of the ethical considerations that have to be addressed while conducting a research trial is the informed consent. And I think I have mentioned this word before. The informed consent, by the way, is part of the ethical approval application that you submit to the institutional review board. So, when you are preparing your documents, in order to be applied to the institutional review board, you have to include in them the informed consent that you will use with your participants. Okay, and here's a question. What should the informed consent include? Firstly, in the informed consent, you have to set the aims of the study, okay? And you have to set the benefits and the risks of participating in the study with complete honesty. Please be complete honest with participants. Be fully honest with them, because you are dealing with humans. You are not dealing with animals. Even with animals, we have to respect them, and we have to consider their emotions and their rights. Okay, so if the participant signed the informed consent, so currently we have a participant in our study. But if the participant doesn't agree to sign the informed consent because somehow he is afraid from the risks that may occur during the study, so he has the complete right to refuse to participate in the study. Okay? Also, we as researchers, we deal with conscious participants, but somehow we are dealing with patients that they don't have complete consciousness, or even their mentality is somehow affected. So if you are dealing with children, if you are dealing with adults that don't have complete control on their decisions, and they are not able to process the ideas and to process the information, so we have to get the informed consent from the their carers, their relatives. So if we are dealing with children, we have to get the informed consent from their parents. If we are dealing with ill or patients who are adults, like grandparents, so we have to get the informed consent from their sons, from their daughters, from even their grandchildren. So we have to get an informed consent from anyone who is participating in the study. Moreover, the informed consent should be in the same language as the participants. So if we are dealing with Arabic speakers, we have to translate the informed consent into Arabic. But if we live in another country with another language, so the informed consent should be as the same language as the participants, in order to be able to fully understand all the information that are mentioned in the study. So, if you are collecting data from people with low literacy, make sure to verbally and honestly explain the consent form to them before they agree to participate. Moreover, for participants with very limited English proficiency should always translate the material or work with an interpreter so they have all information in their first language. In research with the children, you will need informed permissions for participation from their parents or guardians, because the children cannot give informed consent. Okay. Here we have the third aspect that we have considered while dealing with the ethical considerations in any research study. We have anonymity, and what anonymity means that you don't know who the participants are, and you can't link any individual participant to their data. And you can only guarantee anonymity by not collecting any personally identifying information, for example, names, phone numbers, email addresses, IP addresses, physical characteristics, photos, and videos. Let me explain this with a more simplified way. When we conduct a research trial, we are not dealing with the participants in their own names. We try always to give them codes in order to be unknown to the investigators, to statisticians, or even to the assessors, because we don't want any of the previous participants in the research process to know the patients, to know their data, because this could affect on the validity of the study. Moreover, if the researcher wants to continue the study and suddenly he finds out that about half of the participants decided to withdraw from the study, I think this will be shocking to anyone. So maybe he will try to contact these people on their phones. Maybe he will try to visit them in their homes. Maybe he could try to blackmail them, or try to force them to continue the study in order to complete his research process that he has exerted much effort in it. So this should be completely anonymous. Participants should be completely anonymous to the investigators, to the assessors, to the statisticians. Firstly, in order to avoid any types of bias that could affect the validity of our research papers, and also to protect the human rights in their rights to withdraw from the research paper at any time and without giving an accepted reason. confidentiality. This is the fourth aspect of the ethical considerations. Okay. So confidentiality means that you know who the participants are, but you remove all the identifying information from your report. We don't want the data of the participants to be known to anyone who is not considered as a responsible person in the research process. Okay? And for sure, here we are not dealing with the personal data, but we are dealing with the clinical data or the medical data. So even the medical data should be confidential, should not be known to any person. Do you know that especially this is very important when it comes to talk about the psychiatric research papers, the psychiatric studies or psychological studies, because we here are dealing with patients with different psychological disorders like anxiety, depression, schizophrenia, or many other diseases that maybe the participants and people don't want anyone to know these data about them. So the data of the participants, whatever its type, okay, should be confidential and shouldn't be published and shouldn't be uncovered to any one except for some investigators who are included in the study. So, to keep your data confidential, you have to take several steps to safeguard it and prevent any threats to data privacy. You could store all signed consent forms in a logged file drawer, and you password protect all files with survey data. Only other researchers approved by the by the institutional review board are allowed to access the study data. And you make sure that everyone knows and follow your institutional data privacy protocols, because for every institutional review board there are some privacy protocols that should be followed by all the researchers and should be followed by all the investigators. Potential for harm. Okay. As I told you previously, that in the informed consent, researchers should include all the harms that that participants may be subject to during the conduction of the study. But we as researchers, we have to limit all these risks. We have to limit all these harms. We have to protect the participants as possible, because we have different harms. For example, we have a psychological harm. So what psychological harm means? Psychological harm may arise from some sensitive questions or tasks that may trigger negative emotions such as shame or anxiety. And I will tell you a personal experience from my own research papers. We were conducting at a time a research paper about the quality of life of patients with spinal cord injury in Egypt. Okay. And we wanted to know their quality of life. And in order to know their quality of life, there were some questions about their sexual life with their wives or their husbands. And this question was very emotionally harm to the patients. So we tried to explain this question in a different way in order to be not harmful to the patients. That's here. That's here. We are trying to protect the psychological aspect of patients. We are trying to protect the psychological aspect of the participants in order to prevent them to feel shameful or to be anxious. Okay. Okay. Also, there is maybe a social harm for the participants, because as I told you previously that there are some research papers that are done with patients that have different psychological diseases. So if the data of these participants were uncovered to investigators or to the public, this will involve social risks. This will lead to public embarrassment or stigma. Also, I think I don't have to mention that the procedures should be completely safe regarding the physical aspect of patients, and also all the sensitive data should be protected, and we have to make sure that this data couldn't be breached by anybody. Okay. This is a very important aspect in the ethical considerations that we have to follow while conducting a research trial. Because you may think that this is not related to the participants or even to humans, but this is strongly related to them. Because as we stated in the previous lecture, which was about scientific writing and different parts of the research paper, that scientific communication is the only way that led scientists from different times to communicate together. And also, it's an important way to communicate with clinicians and to help them take decisions in their daily practice. For example, if we are talking, or if any of the clinicians who are attending this lecture is a neurological physician, and he is trying to find an effective intervention for one of his or her patients. So when he or she searches the literature, they will find a specific study that produced some results related to his search. So if this paper was not written in an honest way or in a good way, the reader here may misinterpret some data, and this will be harmful to the patients at the end. So here, results communication is not only important for scientists, not only important to make the results transparent and clear for researchers, and to provide a way for the applicability of repeating the study in order to make sure that the research design is valid, but also to protect the participants, but also to protect the humans and the patients that their clinicians will depend on these papers in order to provide their decision regarding their intervention. So the way you communicate your research results can sometimes involve ethical issues. Good science communication is honest, is reliable, and credible. And credible is one of the most important factors that makes good science communication, because in order to fulfill this factor, you have to not plagiarize any statement in your research paper. So if you are writing a research study and you are trying to make a good scientific communication, you have to cite each and every word that is not resulted directly from your research paper. So if you are trying to introduce a background of your study, you have to cite the references that you use in order to provide this background. Because this will not only respect, because by this you are not only respecting yourself, but also you are respecting the other scientists who exerted much effort in order to produce these results to the scientific community. So what is the meaning of plagiarism? Plagiarism means submitting others' works as your own, although it can be unintentional, copying someone else's work without proper credit amounts to stealing. This could be considered as stealing. Here, you are considered as a thief. You are not here a scientist. You are not here a researcher. And you don't deserve to be a researcher or a physician or clinician dealing with humans. Here, you are regarded as a thief. So, it's an ethical problem, plagiarism for sure. It's an ethical problem in research communications because you may benefit by harming other researchers. You will be credited for work that's not related to you, but to other researchers. There is another type of plagiarism which is called self-plagiarism. And I think from the word itself, you will understand that self-plagiarism means plagiarizing from your own work. So, for example, you are a good researcher that was able to publish several research papers, and in 2024 you are going to publish a research paper, and while writing it currently you try to copy some statements from an old paper for you. This is not also right. This is considered a self-plagiarism. Okay. Okay, so as I explained to you, that this lecture is very important for everyone who is trying to start the clinical research field. Okay. We mentioned in this lecture the evolution of research rules and ethics. And we stated that prior to World War II, there were no concern regarding the treatment of human subjects. There were no concerns regarding the participants in the research. That's why in 1948, there was something that's called Nuremberg Code. But this code had different points of weakness. That's why there was another meeting in 1964 in Helsinki. And the World Medical Association developed something that's called the Declaration of Helsinki. This Declaration of Helsinki was evolved many times until its final version, which was found in 2000 as a starting or as the beginning of this millennium. And also, we said why it's important to comply with the research ethics and standards, because it's very important to protect the rights of the research participants. It's very important to enhance the research validity, and also it's very important to maintain the scientific or the academic integrity. And we explain what academic integrity means, and also we explain different acts that may describe academic dishonesty, and we explain that before the beginning of any study, the researchers should submit a research proposal to an institutional review board, explaining the research aims and explaining the research designs, and they have to get an approval from the institutional review board that they are accepting their proposal. And also, we explain the different aspects of ethical considerations. Okay, we have explained voluntary participation. Okay, and also the informed consent, the anonymity of data, and we state the difference between anonymity and confidentiality. We explain the potential for harm, and also we explained the problems that could arise from scientific communication that could result at the end to harm patients themselves. also we stated that one of the most important problems that should be avoided by participants is plagiarism, because plagiarism could affect patients in a bad way. Here, I think that we have completed the 3 topics. Okay, firstly, at the first hour, we talked about the different study types. After this, we talked about different parts of the studies and how we could comprehend every and each part in the study. And at the end, we talked about the ethical considerations. So please, if you have any question, please write it in the chat, okay, in the webinar chat, because after receiving your questions, I want to tell you about something at the last 5 minutes of our lecture. Please, clinicians, if you have a question, let me know. Okay, I think you don't have any questions regarding the previous part. At the last 10 minutes, I will try just to explain. Okay, there's a question here. No, systematic reviews and the meta-analysis are not considered observational analysis. Okay, this is a very good question, by the way. Okay, let's answer this question. What we talked about in the previous, in the part of the study design types is called primary studies. So what is the meaning of primary studies? Primary studies means the studies that will produce data for the first time to the scientific community. So here, whether we are talking about observational studies, or we are talking about experimental study, here we are talking about primary studies, because these studies are conducted for the first time, and it produces results using data that were collected for the first time. But if we are talking about a different study design, which you are asking about, which is called systematic review or meta-analysis, or even a literature review without using any type of meta-analysis, or even without using any type of the systematically collecting the research papers, we here dealing with a secondary research study or a secondary study design. Let me answer it. We could name this study design as secondary study design. So why we name this type of studies as secondary study designs? Because we are depending on studies that were published before already. So if you want to conduct a systematic review about the effect of a certain intervention on a specific disease, so we will try to compile all the papers and all the researches that have been published on this idea in a systematic review. So systematic review here and meta-analysis here depends on studies that were published before already. That's why it's called a secondary study type. So from the beginning, we could divide the studies into two different categories. The primary studies that we have explained here in our lecture, which is divided into two categories, and another types of study, which is called secondary studies like systematic review and meta-analysis. And I really respect your question, and it was a good question. If anyone has a question, please let me know, because if you don't have any question, I will give you 10 minutes to rest till your next lecture. Okay, I think you don't have any other questions. I hope that you benefited from my explanations, different topics. And please let me know if you have any problem during the explanation. And I hope to see you in next lectures. Currently, I will give you some time, I think about 10 minutes till your next lecture to take your breath. Goodbye.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. أهلا وسهلا بكل الحاضرين. أتمنى أن تكون ساعة مفيدة للجميع. First of all, let me introduce myself. إذا كان في مشكلة في الصوت يا ريت تعطوني علم. هل الصوت تمام عندكم؟ السلام. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Dr. Hadi Mohammed Jahan. I'm a PhD holder and a researcher at the Faculty of Health Sciences, the University of Ottawa in Canada. And today حنتكلم إن شاء الله على skill مهمة جدا في طريق البحث العلمي، وهي how to read a research paper. وهذه skill مفقودة عند الكثير من الباحثين أو من الباحثين النيوز أو الستودنتس، ماستر ستودنتس، حتى بي اتش دي ستودنتس. وهي من الأشياء الأساسية أو البيسك سكيلز اللي المفروض كل واحد أخذ طريق البحث العلمي أن يعرفها. فنتوكل على الله، نبدأ على بركة الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. نبدأ بالأوتلاين لمحاضرة اليوم أو لسيشن اليوم. أولا حنتكلم على why you should read research. ما هي أهمية قراءة الأوراق البحثية؟ حنتعرف من خلال هذه السيشن على أنواع أو الموست common types of research papers. حنتعرف على structure of a research paper أو most common structure in medical literature. وحنتعرف على كيفية how to approach different sections of a research paper like title, abstract, introduction, etc. So the first and the basic question is, why should you read research papers? As you know, without reading يعني الأبحاث أو الأوراق البحثية في مجال الاختصاص، من الصعب أن الباحث أو الكلينيشن يكون مطلع على ما يحدث في مجاله أو في السبيشاليتي بتاعه. يعني ببساطة هو علشان to know what's happening in your field. الأهمية الأخرى أو النقطة الأخرى هي كباحث، يعني الباحث يعني مطالب بأنه يكون مطلع على الأبحاث علشان يقوم بأبحاث، يبني أبحاثه على ما بحثه الآخرون، ويبدأ في أبحاثه الخاصة. وعلشان نبدأ أي بحث علمي لابد أن نتعرف to identify literature gaps, maybe generally speaking research problems, research questions more specifically. So أهمية قراءة الأبحاث العلمية والاطلاع على المنشورات هو للتعرف على نقاط بحثية قد تكون مهمة ومحتاجة إلى البحث، سواء كان locally يعني في الدولة المقيمين فيها حضراتكم، أو على المستوى الناشونال أو الانترناشونال ليفلز. يعني فالساينتفك contributions تبدأ بريسيرش كويستشن، والريسيرش كويستشن لا يمكن أن نتعرف عليه إلا من خلال قراءة الأبحاث المختلفة والاطلاع اليومي على هذه الأبحاث. كذلك النقطة الأخرى المهمة، وهي لابد أن يطلع الباحث كثيرا ويقرأ الأبحاث العلمية المنشورة لكي لا يعيد، يعني زي ما معروف في ثقافتنا العربية أو في الثقافة بصفة عامة، هي إعادة يعني reinventing the wheel. وهذه بصراحة يعني نقطة هامة. يعني الأبحاث العلمية أو الباحث المحترف أو البروفيشنال ريسيرشر لابد أن يكون يقدم شيء جديد. يعني نحن لا نحتاج إلى إعادة اكتشاف العجلة من جديد، لأن already there are too many wheels. فمن المهم جدا الاطلاع على الأبحاث والقراءة بطريقة بروفيشنال، وليست قراءة يعني free reading أو recreational reading. بالنسبة للأكاديمية أو للأبحاث أو للساينتفك فيلد الريدينج محتاج إلى skills، ومحتاجة إلى شغل، ليس فقط قراءة، ولكن حنتعرف من خلال السيشن على بعض التيبس أو تريكس اللي ممكن الواحد يستفيد منها من خلال قراءته للأوراق البحثية المختلفة. قبل ما نبدأ بقراءة الأوراق البحثية we need to learn a little bit about the types of scientific papers. طبعا scientific research ينقسم إلى basically to نوعين أساسيين. النوع الأول اللي يسمى الريفيو articles أو secondary research، أو أحيانا بيسموه theoretical research، وهو يعني بيعطينا overview للscientific field، وهي من الأبحاث المهمة جدا اللي بتلخص لنا مجموعة كبيرة أحيانا من الدراسات. بدل ما نقرأ 10-15 study في نفس المجال، ناخذ review article ونقرأه، فهو عبارة عن summary لكل الدراسات. أحيانا الريفيو articles بتلاقوها يعني عاملة summary ل20 سنة من الأبحاث أو 30 سنة من الأبحاث، فهي تعتبر يعني very helpful للباحثين، وخاصة للبيزي clinicians اللي أحيانا الوقت بيكون constrained، ما نلحقوش إن نقرأ كل شيء ينشر في المجال كبرايمري ريسيرش. وميزة الريفيو ارتكلز أو ما يميزها عن البرايمري ريسيرش في طريقة كتابة الأوراق البحثية اللي حنتعرف عليها إن شاء الله، طريقة كتابتها وطريقة الميثودولوجي تبعها. فيها شوية اختلافات، فيها شوية يعني نقاط محتاج أن الواحد يطلع عليها قبل ما يتعمق أكثر في. شكرا، بارك الله فيك. النوع الآخر اللي هو البرايمري ريسيرش ارتكل، وهو عادة بيكون أبحاث أولية. معنى أبحاث أولية إنها أبحاث قام الباحث فيها بتجميع الداتا هو بنفسه أو عن طريق الباحثين اللي معاه يعني. فبيسموها أحيانا بتلاقوها في بعض المراجع بيسموها empirical studies أو primary research. فكل هذه تعني نفس الشيء، وهو أن الباحث يقوم بتجميع الداتا سواء كانوا مرضى أو whatever، وبيعمل الداتا أناليسيز وبيقدم البرزنتيشن للريزلتس وديسكاس ذا ريزلتس. فهذا حتى هو النوع هذا عنده يعني ستايل معين في الكتابة في الأوراق البحثية، وبالتالي لازم بمجرد ما نقرأ التايتل أو نقرأ الابستراكت لأي ستدي أو لأي ريسيرش بيبر، على طول بنعرف إحنا بنقرأ إيه. إحنا بنقرأ ريفيو أرتيكل ولا هو يعني برايمري ريسيرش أرتيكل. فالمايند سيت في الموضوع هذا منذ البداية مهم أن نكون يعني aware of the different types of research papers. حتى الريفيو articles عندها أنواع كثيرة، يعني تقريبا 14 أو 15 نوع من الريفيو articles. البرايمري ريسيرش برضو يعني في عنده كثير من الأنواع، سواء كان clinical research أو كان observational أو experimental أقصد أو observational. فكل هذه الأنواع يعني يكون الواحد مطلع عليها أو يعني aware of. في أنواع أخرى من الأوراق البحثية التي قد تصادفكم من خلال اطلاعكم وقراءتكم وخاصة نتكلم على الجورنال articles. حتلاقوا نوع من الأبحاث يسمى الopinion articles. الopinion هذا عادة يكون من اسمه opinion، يعني عادة بتكون رأي أو فكرة لباحث أو مجموعة من الباحثين. يعني على سبيل المثال هؤلاء الباحثين كتبوا يعني هذا النوع من الارتكلز اللي هو opinion articles، أحيانا بيسموه tutorial، وأبدوا وجهة نظرهم في طريقة مراجعة الأبحاث من نوعية randomized control trials. فهذا رأي، وعادة الopinion يعني برضو مهم، وخاصة لو كان الباحث يعني من البيج نيمز في المجال أو الكي authors واللي عندهم wide experience في المجال. فبالتالي الاطلاع على هذه الأوراق البحثية أحيانا بتكون مفيدة يعني. وللقارئ أو الريدر حرية أن يتفق أو يختلف مع هذا الرأي، ولكن يعتبر يعني أحيانا بيعطي new directions لأبحاث أخرى أو different ways of thinking بالنسبة للساينتفك ريسيرش. في أوراق أخرى مشابهة اللي هي بيسموها البرسبكتيف articles. البرسبكتيف بتكون أوسع شوية من الأوبينيون articles، بيكون برسبكتيف ل يعني لآراء أو فكرة أوسع من رأي الفرد أو مجموعة أفراد. فعلى سبيل المثال هذه دراسة أخذت الكنديان برسبكتيف، يعني وجهة نظر النظام الصحي في كندا في مشاكل معينة في الريابيليتيشن أو الميديكال ريابيليتيشن. فهذا النوع من الارتكل شبيه بالليتريتشر ريفيو، ولكن هو يعطي برسبكتيف لوجهة نظر مجموعة معينة أو نظام صحي معين أو دولة معينة، أو أحيانا نلقوا حتى مجموعة دول، مرات نلقوا European مثلا perspective أو Latin Americans perspective مثلا. فهذا نوع برضو حتى هو من الأفكار أو من الأبحاث اللي بتعطينا أفكار أحيانا للتفكير في المشاكل التي قد تواجه النظام الصحي أو الكلينيكال براكتس بصفة عامة. وأحيانا بتكون يعني مركزة، أحيانا نقوله مثلا physiotherapist perspective مثلا، أو psychiatrics perspective مثلا، أو يعني من جوانب مختلفة للمشكلة. فبتكون يعني interesting إن الواحد بيوسع طريقة التفكير عنده من خلال الاطلاع على هذه الأوراق البحثية. في أنواع أخرى أيضا less common in medical literature، ولكن برضو حتلاقوها موجودة، زي مثلا correspondence paper. هذه أنواع من الأوراق اللي تنشر في المجلات، وهي عبارة أن مثلا أنا قرأت مثلا ورقة بحثية وكان عندي تحفظ أو comments أو concerns about some points، سواء كانت methodology مثلا أو سواء كانت أيا كان المشكلة. فبيجي الباحث بيكتب ورقة تسمى correspondence paper، وهذه تشير إلى بعض limitations أو بعض النقاط، أحيانا حتى أخطاء. يعني أحيانا بعض الأبحاث بتكون في أخطاء إحصائية أو أخطاء منهجية، وممكن يتأثر حتى يكون عندها يعني influence على البراكتسز. فبتلاقي إنه يجوا باحثين ويكتبوا ورقة من هذا النوع علشان ينبهوا الإديتورز وينبهوا الجورنال وينبهوا حتى الأوثرز إن في مشاكل في الورقة، وبالتالي محتاجين إن يعملوا لها ريفيجن. وأحيانا الكورسبوندنس بيبر بيكون شبيه بالأوبينيون بيبر اللي بيعطوا فيها رأي معين في شيء معين. وفي حتى بعض الأوراق اللي بيعملوا يعني بياخدوا كتاب ويعملوا ريفيو للكتاب كله في ورقة أو في ورقتين، فبتكون يا إما correspondence paper زي هذه مثلا، أو بتكون editorial paper أحيانا بعض الجورنالز بتسميها، أو يسموها أحيانا letter to the editor. هاي كلها يعني للفت النظر لمشكلة معينة أو لنقطة معينة، وأحيانا يعني بتكون مفيدة يعني بالنسبة لبعض الأخطاء أو بعض المنهجيات أو بعض المعلومات التي نشرت في هذه الأوراق. طبعا بالنسبة للتيبيكال ستراكشر لأي ريسيرش بيبر أو خاصة في الميديكال ليتريتشر بيتبعوا نظام ال IMRD يسموه، اللي هو يبدأ بالintroduction ثم الميثودز والريزلتس وبعد الديسكشن والكونكلوجن يكونوا في سكشن واحد. هذا هو النظام اللي حنتكلموا عليه اليوم. أحيانا بنلاقوا بعض الجورنالز أو بعض ستايل مختلفة، ولكن هذا هو الماست كومن في الميديكال ليتريتشر، فبالتالي حبيت أركز عليه هو بالتحديد علشان نكون specific و to avoid any confusion. أول شيء طبعا المنطق أنه بيقابلنا في أي ورقة بحثية هو التايتل. فلما بنقرأ التايتل نسأل أنفسنا بعض الأسئلة. Does the topic look appealing؟ يعني هل هذا الموضوع البيبر يحتاج أن يستمر في قراءتها أو لا يعني، أو هل التوبيك itself is related to your area of practice. مش كل الأبحاث أحيانا، وخاصة لما تكون الجورنال يعني عندها وايد audiences، زي مثلا جورنالز بتلاقيها اسمها البابليك هيلث مثلا، أو الجورنال هيلث كير مثلا، هتلاقوا إن فيها كل التخصصات يعني الطبية المختلفة. فمن التايتل نعرف أن هاي الورقة مثلا مهمة أو لا علاقة بتخصصي أو لا يعني. طبعا التايتل الكويس أو الجود تايتلز should tell you the design, the population, intervention، أحيانا حتى outcomes اللي هم interested بيها يعني. أحيانا بتعطي حتى بعض الديموغرافيكس، يعني مثلا عمر population أو study sample، مثلا حتى geographic location of the study، مثلا in Saudi Arabia مثلا، والله in كندا، in Turkey، in whatever، تلاقي اسم الدولة مكتوبة. أحيانا حتى بتكون more specific لبعض الأبحاث اللي بتكون يعني لها خصوصية، بتلاقي حتى اسم المدينة اللي، وأحيانا حتى اسم المستشفى يعني بتلاقوه في التايتل. فهذا بصفة عامة يعني المعلومات اللي حنلاقيها في التايتل عندي قراءة التايتل. والتايتل حيعطيني يعني فكرة، وإن كان بعض الباحثين يعني ما بيعطوش وقت كافي أو تفكير كافي للتايتلز، فبتلاقي التايتلز يعني أحيانا بتحس إنه وكأن التايتل في ناحية، أو زي ما نقولوا في وادي، وباقي الستدي في وادي. وأحيانا بعض الأوثرز بيكونوا يعني كرييتيف في موضوع في موضوع كتابة التايتل، فبيكتبوا أشياء بتثير القارئ، أو زي ما تشد الانتباه زي ما نقولوا. مثلا زي هذا الباحث اللي بدأ title leave me alone، وبعدين كمل visual constraints on the ecology of social group information. فبتلاقي انه بيشد اي حد لما يشوفه. احيانا الكرياتيفيتي يعني بتعطي نتائج عكسية، مش دائما بتكون يعني مفيدة. بعد التايتل حنلاقوا الابستراكت. والابستراكت هو يعني عبارة عن مختصر لكل ما موجود في الدراسة يعني. في بعض الجورنالز اللي بتكون يعني subscription journals، فغير مسموح لأي حد إنه يقرأ باقي الارتكل، فبنشوفه بس الابستراكت. لو حاب تقرأ باقي الستدي فمحتاج إنك تدفع السبسكريبشن فيز، أو من خلال your institution to get access to these articles. فالابستراكت بيكون مهم، وجزء كبير من الكلام اللي قلناه في التايتل ينطبق على الابستراكت، ولكن الابستراكت بيكون بشكل أوسع. نعرف ايه هي الباك جراوند للستدي، او الستدي راشونال، اهميه او ليه هم الستدي دي مهمه، ستدي راشونال او ستدي سيجنيفيكانت. بنلاقي الاوبجكتيفز، بنلاقي الميثودولوجي، بنلاقي المين ريزلتس والكونكلوجن. فمن خلال قراءة الابستراكت برضو بنسأل أنفسنا سؤالين أساسيين: would the results useful in your practice أو لا؟ لو لقينا إن الريزلتس outstanding أو interesting، فبالطبيعة الواحد بيحاول يستمر في قراءة البيبر. لو كانت الريزلتس يعني ما قدمتش شيء جديد مثلا، أو كانت يعني كلاسيك بلغة الكونسرفتيف لانجوج، يعني كانت النتائج عبارة عن كلاسيك ريزلتس، يعني confirmation لما تم بحثه سابقا ولم تقدم شيء جديد، أو أن الريزلتس يعني مش في اهتمامك بالتحديد، فبالتالي الواحد مش حيستمر طبعا في قراءتها. السؤال الآخر اللي هو are you interested in learning more about this study؟ أحيانا الابستراكت في بعض الجورنال بيكون قصير، يعني حوالي 150 كلمة، أحيانا 200، يتراوح ما بين 150 إلى 250 أو 300 كلمة. أحيانا ما بتديش كل المعلومات يعني. فبمجرد ما الاطلاع على الاستدي فبيكون عندك انترست أو عكس الانترست يعني. فبتحدد من خلال هل حتستمر في قراءة باقي الارتكل أو لا. طبعا الابستراكت في عنده 3 تايبس: في التكست، وفي الجرافيكال، وفي الفيديو ابستراكت. هنتكلم عليهم شوية بالتفصيل. النوع الكلاسيك اللي هو المست كومن اللي هو التكست ابستراكت، اللي هو بيكون بهذا الشكل، عبارة عن فيه مجموعة من الأقسام أو السكشنز اللي تمثل الاكشوال بيبر، يعني الانترودكشن، الميثودز، الريزلتس، والكونكلوجن. وهذا بيكون يتحدد بناء على requirements of the journal. how many words are needed. فأحيانا بتلاقوا 200 كلمة، 150، 300 على حسب، وكل ما كان الكلمات أكثر طبعا بتلاقي تفاصيل أكثر في الستدي. ولكن هو بيعطيك سناب شوتس لسكشنز موجودة في داخل البيبر. وهذا هو الطريقة الكلاسيكية واللي ما زال مستمرة إلى الآن يعني فموجودة. في أنواع أخرى most recent زي مثلا الجرافيكال ابستراكت. أحيانا بدل ما التكست ابستراكت أو إضافة إلى التكست ابستراكت بتلاقوا سكشن آخر اللي هو الجرافيكال ابستراكت. وبعض الجورنالز يعني هذا ريكوايرمنت ضروري من على الباحث أنه هو يعمل جرافيكال ابستراكت. الجرافيكال ابستراكت هو عبارة عن جراف يعطيك فكرة عامة على الاستدي، يعني الاكسبوجر مثلا، الانترفنشن هو البوبوليشن، الاوتكمز. فبتلاقي من خلال الدايجرام هذا بناخذ انطباع أو فكرة على الاستدي اللي we are about to read. في النوع الآخر من الابستراكتس اللي هو يسمى الفيديو ابستراكت، وهذا في منه نوعين. يا إما أن الباحث يوثق بالفيديو خطوات الدراسة ونتائجها وما إلى ذلك عن طريق فيديو قصير، أو أحيانا الباحث نفسه بيجلس ويسجل فيديو ويتكلم على الابستراكت وكأنه يقرأ في التكست ابستراكت اللي تكلمنا عليه قبل شوية. فبيعطي فكرة على الباك جراوند الستدي ايم أو objectives، الستدي ميثودولوجي والريزلتس والكونكلوجن. هذه أنواع أخرى برضو موجودة في بعض الجورنالز. بالنسبة للانترودكشن، لما نبدأ في قراءة الانترودكشن، يعني الانترودكشن من المفترض أنها تعطيني 4 معلومات أساسية، وهذه اللي إحنا نبحث عنها بالتحديد يعني كقراءة للانترودكشن. أحيانا الباحث مش مضطر أنه يقرأ كل شيء، أحيانا نعمل سكانينج أو سكيمينج للانترودكشن، نبحث على هذه الأشياء. يعني أول حاجة الانترودكشن لابد أن تعطيني باك جراوند البروبلم أو الإيشو اللي هم بحثوها في هذه الاستدي. كذلك العنصر الآخر اللي موجود المفروض يكون موجود في الانترودكشن اللي هو summary للexisting literature أو previous research أو literature review قصير. وعادة تنتهي الانترودكشن بالستدي راشونال، وأحيانا بتكون بيذكر الباحثين study objectives أو أحيانا research questions. وفي بعض الأنواع من الأبحاث نلاقوا حتى لو كان نوعية الاستدي هي عبارة عن قياس أو hypothesis testing، فبنلاقوا الهايبوثيسيز موجودة في نهاية الانترودكشن، وأحيانا بينقلوها إلى جزء الميثود على حسب الجورنال وعلى حسب رؤية الإديتور والريفيورز إلى آخره. لكن هذه هي المعلومات اللي إحنا نبحث عنها. يعني باختصار الانترودكشن مفروض تعطينا فكرة عن الباك جراوند للستدي، الاكزيستنج ليتريتشر او الليتريتشر ريفيو وان كان قصير، الدراسات المشابهة التي أجريت في نفس الموضوع في نفس التوبيك، بتعطينا ستيتمنت للستدي راشونال ليه او الستدي سيجنيفيكانت، ليه الستدي دي مهمة وكان ضروري أنها تجرى، والريسيرش اوبجكتيفز او ريسيرش كويستشنز او الهايبوثيسز او هايبوثيسيز. هي الأشياء الأساسية والعناصر الأساسية المفروض تكون في الانترودكشن. في بعض الجورنالز الانترودكشن بتكون قصيرة جدا، بنلاقي إن المعلومات مضغوطة، فبالتالي محتاجين إن نكمل ونقرأ باقي الاستدي علشان نعرف بعض التفاصيل أو بعض المعلومات اللي غير موجودة في الانترودكشن. وهذه بعض الجورنالز خاصة جورنالز التابعة لإلسيفير بنلاقي إنها الانترودكشن بتكون يعني قصيرة، فبالتالي وفرة المعلومات مش موجودة. وعلى العكس تماما في بعض الجورنالز زي مثلا جورنالز تايلرز اند فرانسيس، فهادو بتلاقوا بيحبوا الانترودكشن تكون ثورو طويلة وديتيلد وفيها كل التفاصيل. قبل ما نبدأ في الميثودولوجي أو في جزء الميثود بنطلع على كل التفاصيل اللي خاصة العناصر الأربعة هاي في الانترودكشن. طبعا زي ما قلت في البداية، قراءة الأوراق البحثية ليست قراءة من أجل الترفيه أو الاستمتاع، ولكن هي قراءة scientific. فبالتالي لابد من الشغل، لابد من الواحد يشتغل ويكتب، لابد أن يشتغل، يعني مش بس نفتح الكتاب ونفتح الجورنال ونقرأ، لابد أن نشتغل على الجنب، تيك نوتس. أحيانا في ناس الفيجوال ليرنرز اللي بيحبوا يرسموا كتير، بتلاقيهم يرسموا في أشكال وفيجرز ومربعات ودوائر وأسهم. أحيانا بتلاقيك بعض الفوكابولاريز أو التيرمز أو الساينتفك تيرمز اللي بتكون مش معروفة، أو الواحد أحيانا حتى نسى إيه معناها بالضبط يعني، لأن في بعض الترمينولوجيز بتكون رير في بعض المناطق الجغرافية عن مناطق أخرى. فبالتالي مهم إن نطلع ونفهم بالضبط هم يقصدوا إيه مثلا ب health related quality of life مثلا، إيه هو ال definition. فجوجل is a quick reference يعني. فهو الآن أصبح ال artificial intelligence برضو بيساعد في الأمور هذه أسرع و more comprehensive. عند قراءة الانترودكشن لابد أن نتعرف على المشكلة أو الريسيرش بروبلم اللي هم يعني مهتمين فيها ومهتمين يجدوا حلول لها. الريسيرش بيربس أو الريسيرش كويستشن أو الريسيرش ايمز برضو من النقاط المهمة اللي احنا المفروض نركز عليها ونكتبها على الجنب، ونكتب ملاحظات أو نوتس على الأهداف البحث هذه. لأن البحث لما يكون في أهداف لابد أن يفترض أن النتائج والديسكشن بتكون ماشية في نفس النسق يعني علشان تتحقق هذه الأهداف. فلو لقينا مثلا أن عاملين ثلاث objectives بس هم تكلموا على اثنين ونسوا الآخر، فده يعتبر major limitation يعني. بعض الجورنالز تنشر الكلام ده، بس في بعض الجورنالز لا، مستحيل يقبلوا انك تنشر، لابد من الريفيجن والتعديل. ولكن احيانا بتلاقي ان بعض الجورنالز بتنشر ابحاث يعني مش بتكون هاي كواليتي، او بتكون ناقصه بعض المعلومات. فبالتالي القارئ في الساينتفك ريسيرش لابد ان يكون عنده كريتيكال لينز او ان اناليتيكال سكيلز علشان يربط كل هالمعلومات هاي ويدخل اللوجيكال اناليسيز في من خلال قراءة كل الانفورميشن اللي موجودة. عند قراءة الانترودكشن كذلك من الوظائف الأساسية للانترودكشن إن هي بتعطينا يعني باك جراوند. كلمة باك جراوند يعني definitions لكل الكونسبتس اللي الباحثين كانوا مهتمين فيها. زي مثلا لو جينا نقرأ في دراسة تتكلم عن البين، فمن المهم إن نعرف هم الكونسبت بتاع البين هم مهتمين بأي نوع من البين. مثلا هل هو الكرونيك بين، هل هو acute pain، هل هو neuropathic pain، هل هو مثلا كذا. فهي الأنواع والتفاصيل يعني مهم إن الباحث يوضحها من البداية في الانترودكشن، علشان وإحنا بنقرأ باقي الأجزاء نكونوا فاهمين وعارفين إنه هو بيتكلم على neuropathic pain مثلا، أو cancer pain مثلا، أو acute pain مثلا. فهي من الأشياء المهمة. كذلك بعض الكونسبتس الأخرى مثلا، أو المفاهيم الأخرى مثلا زي quality of life، وخاصة المفاهيم اللي بتكون يعني حتى الديفينيشن ما فيش universal agreement على definition of quality of life على سبيل المثال مثلا، أو على self esteem. فبتلاقي في مجموعة من الباحثين بيقولوا أن تعريفه كذا، في مجموعة من الباحثين يقولوا لا، التعريف أو الديفينيشن بيكون كذا. ففي disagreements حتى في الديفينيشن. فبالتالي لازم الباحث يكون specific من الأول. أنا حاخذ اتجاه المجموعة اللي قالت أن الكواليتي اوف لايف مثلا تعريفها كذا كذا كذا، وخلص يعني you should stick as a researcher. فهي المعلومات وهي التفاصيل برضو مهمة، علشان واحنا بنقرأ البيبر بيكون عندنا الكونتكست المناسب لكل الفايندينجز اللي حنلاقيها في سكشن الريزلتس وفي سكشن الديسكشن. أحيانا في بعض الأبحاث بتكون يعني مرتبطة ب conceptual model أو theory أو framework. فهي الأمور مهمة علشان برضو نعطي context للستدي، وتكون الامبليكيشنز أو الاناليسز للريزلتس بعدين بتكون مبنية على نظريات سابقة معروفة ومحددة. وهي بتكون موجودة أكثر في الهيلث ساينسز ريسيرش، خاصة النيرسينج، الريابيليتيشن، كل الأمور هذه، النيوتريشن، التخصصات هذه. فبيكون يعني كل المعلومات اللي تكون موجودة تكون مرتبطة ب conceptual framework أو model اللي هو بيحدد الميجرمنتس وبيحدد الاوتكمز، بيحدد حتى الفاريبلز عفوا، وحتى الديفينيشنز. بالنسبة لجزئية الميثودز، هاي بتجيب على الكويستشن اللي هو how، كيف قام الباحثون بإجراء هذه الدراسة. هو عبارة عن descriptions لكل التكنيكس والابروتشز اللي الباحثين استخدموها من خلال هذه الدراسة. والميثودز لابد أن يكون فيها عناصر تماما مثل الانترودكشن. زي ما أنتم عارفين إن الكتابة الأكاديمية والأكاديميك رايتنج هو structured writing، يعني مش كتابة مثلا الفري رايتنج أو الريكرييشن رايتنج. فلا بد أن يكون في structure وكأنه mathematics، يعني هذا الجزء كذا والباراجراف كذا لابد أن يتكلم على النقطة كذا. فإحنا لما نجي كريدرز فمن الطبيعي يكون عندنا الباك جراوند والإكسبكتيشنز ان هذا اللوجيكال ستراكشر اللي موجود في الانترودكشن حنلاقوه في الميثود، وحنلاقوه في الريزلتس، وحنلاقوه في الديسكشن. فبالنسبه لجزئيه الميثود من اهم الاجزاء اللي لازم الباحث يهتم فيها كرايتر عندما عند كتابه الابحاث، لان اكثر جزء هو يكون بيحدد الكواليتي للستدي. فاحنا كقارئين لما نيجوا كريدرز لاي ريسيرش بيبر، يفترض بنا ان نلقوا مجموعة من المعلومات أو information كاملة في هذا الجزء. ومن أساسيات ومن أركان هذا الجزء أو هذا السكشن من أي ريسيرش بيبر إن الباحثين يعطونا فكرة على الريسيرش ديزاين، على السامبل، على السيتنج، والداتا كولكشن والداتا أناليسيس أبروتشز. هاي من القواعد الأساسية اللي موجودة، مفروض تكون موجودة في أي method section in any research paper. طبعا بداية عادة الميثود تبدأ بالستدي ديزاين. تعريف بالستدي ديزاين، إيه هو الستدي ديزاين؟ هل هو كوانتيتيف أو كواليتيف أو ميكس ميثود؟ هذه هي الأنواع الثلاثة اللي موجودة الآن يعني في الأبحاث العلمية. الكوانتيتيف اللي هو زي ما احنا عارفين الاكسبيرمنتال زي الكلينيكال ترايلز مثلا، أو النون اكسبيرمنتال اللي هو تشمل الاوبزرفيشنال ستدي بما فيها الكروس سكشنال ريسيرش ديزاين وغيرها. الكواليتيف النوع الآخر اللي هو يعتمد على الانترفيوز والفوكس جروبز والتكست. ففي منه بعض الميثودز برضو، زي مثلا phenomenology أو grounded theory أو إلى آخره. والميكس ميثود هو ميكس للاثنين مع بعض، يعني الكوانتيتيف مع الكواليتيف، سواء كان بشكل sequential، يعني نبدأ بالكوانتيتيف وبعدها تيجي مرحلة الكواليتيف، أو بالعكس يعني نبدأ بكواليتيف وبعدين كوانتيتيف. وأحيانا بنتكرر كذا مرة، يعني كوانتيتيف كواليتيف كوانتيتيف مثلا. فهذا نوع معقد شوية من الريسيرش ديزاين، ولكن في موجود. يعني لو لقيتوا ستادي بتشير إلى أنها ميكس ميثود ديزاين، فيعرفوا أنه هو ميكس من الاثنين، وأنه هو فيه حنلاقي فيه أرقام وحنلاقي فيه تكست كلام والأمور يعني بتكون ميكس مع بعض. ومش دائما سيكونشال على فكرة. الميكس سميث أحيانا بيكون concurrent، يعني أحيانا بيكون الكواليتيف والكوانتيتيف ماشيات في نفس الوقت في نفس التوقيت. وفي منها عدة أنواع وعدة أشكال، ما مش داعي ندخل في تفاصيل، ولكن المقصود هو أن في عندنا 3 أنواع من الريسيرش أو الستدي ديزاينز. وكلمة كوانتيتيف وكواليتيف ليست ديزاين في حد ذاتها، ولكن نوع من الريسيرش. وبالتالي تحت الكوانتيتيف حنلاقي مجموعة كبيرة من المعلومات يعني، وتحت الكواليتيف نفس الشيء، والميكس ميثود نفس الشيء. وهذا من الباحث لابد أن هو يعني يشير ويعطي معلومات كافية على هذا على الديزاين اللي هو اختاره. وأحيانا محتاج أنه هو يكتب justification أو تبرير ليه بالذات أنتم اخترتوا هذا النوع من الديزاين في هذه الدراسة. عادة بتكون مرتبطة بالريسيرش كويستشن، لأن بناء على الريسيرش كويستشن هو اللي بيحدد الديزاين. فخاصة في الكلينيكال ترايلز مثلا، اللي هو دبل بلايندد مثلا، ولا سنجل بلايندد، والله مثلا راندومايزد نون راندومايزد، وليه راندومايزد وليه مش راندومايزد. فكل الأمور هاي المفروض أن الباحث هو يوضحها من الأول عشان إحنا كقارئين نفهمه ونعرف ونفسر النتائج، لأن كل نوعية في عندها pros and cons، في عندها strengths and limitations. وبالتالي من خلال قراءتنا احنا كمقيمين وكقارئين لهذه الدراسة بنعرف ايه هي نقاط القوة وايه هي نقاط الضعف. واحيانا الباحثين بيلعبوا كتير في الامور هذه، يعني بتلاقيهم هو كله تحت الايثيكال برنسبلز، ولكن بتلاقيهم بيلفوا ويدوروا حول النقطة، فعلى طول انت كقارئ تلقط ان فيه something wrong here. بعدين الستدي سامبل او الستدي population او السامبل اللي مأخوذة من البوبوليشن اوف انترست، فهذه بتعطينا اول حاجة عادة بيعطونا characteristics of the studied sample من ناحية الايج والجندر والى اخره. وفيها في سكشن بيكون خاص على الeligibility criteria، مين هو اللي حيدخل معانا في الاستدي ومين هو اللي excluded من الاستدي، وكل حد عنده شروط معينة وعنده نقاط معينة. السامبلينج تكنيك أو طريقة السامبلينج، طريقة أخذ السامبل برضو عندها تأثيرات يعني في الكواليتي للستدي. في بعض السامبلينج تكنيكس بيكون مرتبطة بهاي ليفل اوف بايس أو نسبة خطأ أو ليميتيشنز عالية، بعكس أنواع أخرى من السامبلينج. فكل نوع من الأنواع برضو عنده يعني pros and cons، فبالتالي الباحث لابد أن يحدد السامبلينج تكنيك، وبالتالي يحاول أن يبرر وأن كيف تغلب على الاكسبكتد بايس المتعلق بهذا النوع من السامبلينج. ونقطة مهمة أخرى وهي السامبل سايز كالكوليشن، لابد أن حجم العينة لابد أن يكون محسوب بطريقة علمية. وفي كتير من السوفت ويرز الآن اللي بتحسب حجم العينة بناء على الستدي ديزاين. عفوا. بالنسبة للداتا كولكشن، أول حاجة يعني الكونتكست، وين قامت الدراسة؟ هل هي كانت عبارة عن هوم فيزيتس للبيشنتس؟ هل هو في هوسبيتال؟ هل هو عبارة عن لاب إلى آخره؟ في الكوميونتي، خارج الكوميونتي، في كذا. فكل الأمور هذه بالنسبة لكونتكست الداتا كولكشن برضو مهم أن تكون موجودة، وإحنا كقارئين نبدو عارفين الاستدي اتعملت فين يعني، أو الريكروتمنت اوف بارتيسيبنت وين حصل. كذلك الأدوات الدراسة أو التولز أو الانسترومنت، سواء كان كويشنيرز أو بطريقة الانترفيو لو كان انترفيو، أو إذا كان في measurements معينة أو في observation أو في طرق أخذ عينات معينة، فكل هذه لابد أن تكون مفصلة تفصيل. البروسيجر في داتا كولكشن برضو مهمة. والنقطة الأخيرة اللي عادة يختم جزء الميثود بجزئية الethical considerations، وخاصة وخاصة لو كانوا human participants. ولكن الآن أصبح حتى لو كان يعني سامبل مأخوذ عينة دم أو عينة تيشو أو كذا، لابد فيها ethical considerations. حتى لو كان animal models يعني لابد فيها ethical considerations. فالethical considerations الآن أصبحت في كل المجالات، في كل جوانب البحث العلمي. فضروري جدا أن يكون البحث ماشي بطريقة ethical ويلتزم بالethical considerations أو principles. الداتا اناليسيس برضو زي ما حكينا قبل شوي تعتمد على نوعية البحث. يعني لو كان quantitative data فعادة أو quantitative methods فعادة بيكون descriptive statistical methods أو inferential statistics. الكواليتيف بيحللوا الداتا بطريقة مختلفة، اللي هو عادة بيطلعوا بثيمز وسب ثيمز، وبيشتغلوا على التكست اللي طلع من الانترفيوز، وبيقسموه وبيرتبوه وبينظموه بطريقة ثيمز أو سب ثيمز. الميكس ميثودز برضو في عندها طرقها، يعني مش هندخل فيها، ولكن عندها طرق خاصة لأنه هو ميكس من الاثنين. فبالتالي حتلاقوا sequential analysis, triangulation techniques إلى آخره، أحيانا quantizing للداتا. وكل هذه الأمور حنلاقوها في الميكس ميثود، وهو مش كومن يعني بالنسبة للميكس ميثود، مش كومن كتير في الميديكال ليتريتشر، ولكن أحيانا بتلاقوه لأنه أصبح مهم وفي ناس كتير بتدعو إليه. زي مثلا الباحث أشهر واحد يشتغل في الميكس ميثود هو كريس ويل، باحث أمريكي دائما يدفع من أجل أن يكون الميكس ميثود هي الديزاين اللي موجودة في الهيلث كير بصفة عامة، لأنه بيعطي برسبكتيفز من الاثنين كوانتيتيف وكواليتيف. فإحنا كقارئين بس نعرفوا هذا النوع، ونعرفوا أنه هو موجود وكيف يحدث وكيف هنعمل له داتا أناليسيس. بالنسبة للريزلتس، يعني من خلال قراءتنا للريزلتس بنعمل كونكشنز ما بين الكلام اللي احنا قريناه في الانترودكشن إلى الطريقة أو المنهجية أو الميثودز إلى النتائج اللي احنا بنقراها حاليا في سكشن الريزلتس. الريزلتس يعني هو عبارة عن برزنتيشنز للنتائج. فعادة الريزلتس لا يوجد فيها انتربريتيشن أو تبرير أو تفسير لهذه النتائج. عادة بنحط النتائج والتبرير والتفسير والديسكشن كله بيكون في جزء الديسكشن. احنا بنقول مثلا طلع عندنا مثلا في ميلز 60%، ميلز 40%، مثلا لقينا مثلا المين سكور للكذا مثلا كذا، مش عارف الكذا كذا، لقينا ناس 70% قالوا يس، 70% قالوا ميبي. كل الامور هذه او النتائج هذه بنعرضها بس احنا في جزء الريزلتس. فبالتالي احنا كريدرز لما نيجي نقرا احنا بنقرا ريزلتس. فلما بنلاقي بعض الابحاث بيتكلموا مدخلين الريزلتس في داخل الديسكشن، فبتلاقي ان الامر confusing شوي، فمحتاج الى يعني attention من الريدر. ولكن هو بصفة عامة وخاصة لما نقرأ في جورنال بتكون هاي كواليتي جورنال، فبنلاقي إن الأمور منظمة ومرتبة يعني بشكل جميل، فبالتالي بنقدر إن نقراها ونفهم إيه هي الريزلتس اللي إحنا مهتمين فيها. مش بالضرورة نقرأ كل الريزلتس، ولكن إحنا كل واحد لما يجي يقرأ ريسيرش ارتكل وبالتالي بيكون عنده prior expectations أو prior knowledge about يعني some points، بالتالي هو بيبحث على هذه النتائج. فالبرزنتيشن عادة بتكون عبارة عن figures أو tables يعني على الأغلب، يعني أحيانا بتكون مع تكست بعد التكست. ولكن إحنا لما بنقرأ يفترض أن أي تيبل موجود بيكون يعني self explanatory. فبالتالي إحنا لما نقرأ أي رقم أو أي اختصار مفروض نعرف إيه هو الاختصار هذا، فبيكون موجود من ضمن التيبل، أو الفيجر بيكون يعني مرسوم بطريقة واضحة مش confusing. فكل الأمور هذه يعني بتعطينا انطباع على الأوفر أول ريزلتس للستدي، سواء كانت يعني experimental study clinical research أو كانت حتى observational أو أي نوع من الأبحاث الأخرى اللي تكلمنا عليها. بالنسبة للدiscussion والconclusion عادة بتكون يعني في سكشن واحد في أغلب الأبحاث يعني. فبالنسبة للدiscussion هو أكثر جزء بيكون فيه بيعطي perspective للباحث. بالنسبة للintroduction بتكون objective summary للي موجود يعني. الميثودز هو the most objective part of any study يعني. الريزلتس هو عبارة عن نتائج برضو اوبجكتيف، ولكن الديسكشن بيكون سبجكتيف، فبيكون وجهة نظر الباحث ممكن انه هو يضيفها في هذا الجزء، انه بيعبر او بيفسر النتائج اللي وجدها بناء على تفكيره وبناء على الكونتكست اللي هو موجود فيه، بناء مثلا على الهيلث كير سيستم اللي موجود. فبيعطي تبرير لبعض الامور وتفسير لبعض الامور. احيانا بتاخذ الصفة او الصبغة السبجكتيفيتي فيها كثيرة يعني. فبالتالي احنا لما نيجي نقرأ بحث مثلا من الصين حنلاقي انه بيفسر بعض الامور احيانا تصعب علينا فهمها، فبالتالي محتاجين الى اطلاع اكثر او الى سؤال اكثر، او احيانا بيتكلموا على بعض النقاط احنا not familiar with. فبالتالي في اي ريسيرش ارتكل حتلاقوا ان فيه ايميل للكورسبوندينج اوثر، الشخص اللي مسؤول على التواصل وعلى على الإجابة على أي سؤال ممكن يسأل. وهي مسؤولية أخلاقية يعني إن الباحث يرد على كل التساؤلات يعني. والآن يعني الباحثين أصبحوا عندهم صفحات كثيرة يعني زي مثلا ريسيرش جيت مثلا، أو غير أكاديمية أو غيرها من اللينكد إن. فكل الأمور هذه بتلاقي إن البحث مجرد ما تبحث عنه حتلاقيه موجود في صفحة، وممكن تتواصل معه وتسأله مثلا أنتم مثلا ما المقصود بهذا الكلام مثلا، والله ليه أنتم عملتوا كذا مثلا ما عملتوش كذا. فكل الأمور هذه يعني فليكسبل يعني وقابلة للنقاش حتى بعد ما تنشر البيبر يعني في أغلب الأحيان يعني. الديسكشن والكونكلوجن احيانا في جزئيه في داخل الديسكشن او في اخر الديسكشن اللي هي مش أحيانا، هي أصبحت يعني شيء ضروري ومهم، اللي هو الليميتيشنز. كيف يرى الباحث الليميتيشن وما هو تفسيره للليميتيشنز وكيف تغلبوا عليها، أو أثرت في عملية نشر هذه أو تعميم النتائج على البوبوليشن كلها. فموضوع الليميتيشنز من النقاط المهمة اللي المفروض الباحث أنه يعترف بها بشكل شفاف يعني وواضح. أن مثلا إحنا قدرنا، بس إحنا المفروض كنا نجمع مثلا 500 بيشنت، قدرنا نجمع بس 100 بيشنت مثلا. فبيتكلم عادة وبيفسر إن الصعوبات مثلا اللي كانت بتواجههم، وإنهم ما قدروش مثلا يوصلوا للعدد المطلوب ومش عارف كذا. تلاقي مثلا في الداتا اناليسز بعض التكنيكس بتكون يعني فيها limitations، فبيذكرها الباحث في جزء limitations. احيانا في بعض البيبرز بتلاقوا strengths and limitations، فالباحث يبدأ بنقاط القوة للدراسة وبعدين يتكلم على نقاط الضعف أو limitations. وعادة limitations بتكون methodological limitations، يعني as long as these limitations are not major limitations فهي acceptable من الجورنالز يعني عادي. وهي مهم ان الواحد يعرفها كريدر. احنا كقارئين نيجي نركز على جزء الليميتيشنز، علشان في ابحاثنا احنا القادمه لو كنا ناويين نبحثوا في نفس الخط اللي هو اخذوه الباحثين اللي بنقرا البيبر بتاعهم، فنحاول نتغلب على بعض الليميتيشن. لو لقينا مثلا السامبل سايز مثلا اللي هم حصلوها صغيره، مثلا رقم صغير مثلا 100 بيشنت بس، واحنا عارفين في الاستاتستكس كل ما كانت السامبل اكثر كل ما كانت، ده الكلاسيكال فيو يعني، كل ما كانت السامبل اكبر كل ما كانت النتائج باورفul، او الداتا اناليسيس بتكون باورفul في خاصه في بعض الاناليسيس تكنيكس. فاحنا بنيجي ونحاول نتغلب على هذه الليميتيشن، فبنحاول نجمع عدد اكبر من البيشنتس. احيانا بنلاقوا مثلا ميثودولوجي فيها ميثودولوجيكال ليميتيشنز، احنا ممكن نتغلب عليها بتحسين المنهجيه للبحث بتاعنا، بطريقه التحليل مثلا، بطريقه السامبلينج ابروتش اللي تكلمنا عليها. احيانا بتكون فيها مشكله اذا كانت مثلا convenience sampling، مش زي مثلا لما تكون random sampling. الراندوم طبعا اقوى واقل اخطاء فيها من الconvenience sampling او purposive sampling او snowball sampling او الى اخره. فاحنا ممكن نغير يعني في المنهجيه ونحسن من نتائج بحثنا القادم اللي هو يعتبر استمراريه لهذه الابحاث. فهذا بالنسبة لجزئية الديسكشن. بالنسبة للكونكلوجن عادة قبل ما أنسى، في نهاية الديسكشن عادة بيعطي الباحثين، وده جزء مهم جدا لنا كقارئين احنا في نهاية الديسكشن بتلاقيه بيعطي recommendations للفيوتشر ريسيرش. يعني من خلال الدراسة اللي احنا قمنا بها بيقولوا مثلا we recommend to include مثلا كذا، to examine كذا، to investigate كذا، to explore كذا. فهاي نقاط مهمة احنا كريدرز وخاصة للباحثين ان احنا نأخذ منهم أفكار، وخاصة لما تكون البيبر مكتوبة أو صاحب البيبر أو الباحث بيكون من الأسماء البيج نيمز أو البيج أوثرز في المجال، واكيد كل حد منا عارف مين هو البيج اوثرز اللي في مجاله يعني. فبالتالي وخاصه الناس الاكسبيرينسد والناس اللي عندهم خبره كثيره في هذا المجال، فبتلاقي افكارهم فعلا مفيده ومهمه ان احنا نبني عليها وناسس عليها ابحاث اخرى. فجزئيه الريكومنديشنز فور فيوتشر ريسيرش هذه من الاجزاء المهمه اللي احنا نقراها بعنايه اكثر من اي جزء اخر من الاستدي يعني. لان هي بتدينا افكار وبتنور طريقنا في القيام بأبحاث أخرى قادمة. بالنسبة لقراءتنا أو الأبروتش اللي إحنا مفروض ناخده في قراءة الديسكشن، زي ما قلنا، إن باعتبار أن الديسكشن هو subjective part of any study، فهو بيعبر على وجهة نظر الباحث ورؤيته وتفسيره وتبريره للنتائج اللي توصلوا إليه. فإحنا بنيجي نسأل أنفسنا مجموعة أسئلة، مثلا has the study changed or confirmed your thinking on the topic؟ فده سؤال مهم. هل الكلام اللي بيحكوه في الديسكشن غير شيء مثلا من أفكارنا في مجال عملنا مثلا، في مجال اختصاصنا، أو هل أكد معلومات كانت سابقة وتأكدت فقط؟ وهذه يسموا فيها الكلاسيكال أبروتش، اللي هو لما الدراسة ما بتجيبش حاجة جديدة ولكن بتأكد أشياء سابقة. فده الكونفرميشن ده برضه مهم. هذا لا يعني أن هذه الدراسات يعني آه، مش يعني أقل جودة من اللي بتقدم أشياء جديدة، ولكن حتى الكونفرميشن بتقوي الإيفيدنس في المجال يعني. فده السؤال الأول اللي الواحد المفروض يسأل نفسه عند قراءة الديسكشن أو بعد ما يقرأ الديسكشن. بعدين باعتبار أن الديسكشن هو عبارة عن opinion، هو subjective opinion للباحثين أو subjective explanation للresults. فلك الحق أن تسأل نفسك كقارئ هل تتفق مع هذا الكلام أو لا، هل الكلام make sense or not، هل مقنع أو غير مقنع. أحيانا بتلاقي بعض الكلام يعني بيكون غير مقنع فأنت لا تتفق معه. فده برضو من الأسئلة اللي نسأل أنفسنا أثناء قراءة الديسكشن. أحيانا بتلاقي إن الريزلتس تتفق مع النتائج المسجلة سابقا في الأبحاث، وأحيانا تختلف، وأحيانا الاختلاف بيكون يعني significant. فده من الأسئلة الأساسية اللي حتى هو لازم نسأل أنفسنا إحنا أثناء قراءتنا للريزلتس، خاصة إحنا لما بنقرأ استدي بتكون في مجال اختصاصنا، فبنبدو عارفين، نكونوا عارفين إيه هي النتائج او الانترفنشنز او الطرق او الابروتشز او الميثودز اللي احنا بنستخدمها في مجالنا. فلما يجي حد يقول لي مثلا الهيدك، خلاص ما احنا لقينا ان علاج الهيدك مش بالاسبرين ولا الباراسيتامول ولا البانادول، لا انا لقينا مثلا كذا. فده مش كونسيستنت مع اللي احنا نعرفه. احنا نعرف ان البانادول من الحاجات اللي حتى الببليك بيعرفوا ان هي بتخفض الحرارة وبتخفف الآلام وكذا. فده مش كونسيستنت. فاحنا بنسأل انفسنا السؤال ده وبندخل في سؤال فرعي اخر، طيب ليه هم وجدوا كذا؟ فبنرجع للميثود وبنرجع نفكر من جديد بالاناليتيكال ابروتش او الاناليتيكال ثينكينج. احيانا بنلاقوا ان النتيجه مرتبطه بمشكله عندهم، فمش هي نتيجه حقيقيه، وبالتالي لازم الواحد يكون منتبه لهذه الاشياء. ده بس مثال يعني عام كده، فيه اشياء تفصيليه اكثر من كده بكثير يعني. بعدين الانتربريتيشن للريزلتس، احنا تكلمنا في الانترودكشن. احيانا بنلاقوا بعض الستديز بتكون يعني مرتبطه بثيوريتيكال موديل ولا ثيوريز معينه او فريم وركس معينه. فبنيجي نسال انفسنا سؤال، هل النتائج اللي هم توصلوا لها تتفق مع النظريات السابقه اللي موجوده في المجال او لا؟ يعني هل اختلفت عليها؟ هل في كونكشنز ما بين الفايندينجز اللي هم بيناقشوها وما بين الثيوريز اللي اوريدي موجوده لها مرات 20 او 30 سنه او 40 او اكثر، بتلاقي ان هي يعني valid theories. فده من النقاط المهم ان الواحد يسال عنها او يسال نفسه من خلال قراءه الديسكشن. وزي ما تكلمت قبل شويه، الاوفر اول بالنسبه لنا كريدرز وخاصه الريسيرشرز لما يجوا يقروا اي ريسيرش بيبر، بنسال انفسنا ايه هي نقاط القوه والليميتيشنز للستدي. هل نقاط القوه فعلا ميك سنس او هم مجرد يعني يعملوا؟ احيانا الباحثين بتلاقيهم بيبالغوا شوي في بعض الامور في نقاط القوه، وان هذا البحث الاول من نوعه وانه هو حيكسر الدنيا ومش عارف ايه كلام زي كده بلغه الاكاديميه يعني. فهل أنت مقتنع بالكلام؟ هل فعلا النتائج قوية أو هو واخدين يعني overestimated their results؟ وكذلك الليميتيشن، يعني الليميتيشن مهمة لينا كباحثين لما نقرأ أبحاث، لأن هي بتدينا نقاط أو أفكار لأبحاثنا القادمة، فبالتالي بتكون very very important. I think you are tired. I think it's night time now in the Middle East. فإن شاء الله خلاص أنا خلصنا تقريبا. ففي حاجة أخيرة بس قبل ما أختم، أنا حابب أعطيكم هذا الكتاب لأنه هو highly recommended بالنسبة لل how to read a research paper. هو كتاب يعني بسيط، مش كبير يعني، وبالتالي نقاط أو أجزاء من المحاضرة كان هو من بين المراجع اللي اعتمدت عليها في تحضير هذه البرزنتيشن. فأنا أنصح أي باحث أو أي طالب أو أي طبيب أو أي كلينيشن إنه هو يطلع عليه، لأن في بعض الأحيان بننسى أو الوقت ما بيكونش كافي إن إحنا ناخذ التكست بوكس ونقرأه. فهذا كتاب صغير مفيد، فيه تفاصيل كثيرة أكثر من اللي أنا تكلمت عليه، لأن الساعة الواحدة غير كافية إن ندخل في كل التفاصيل، خاصة تفاصيل الداتا أناليسيز والريسيرش ديزاين وخاصة الميثودولوجي وكل الأمور هذه. ف... فإن شاء الله تكون هو موجود يعني في كل الأماكن اللي بتبيع كتب يعني. ف... ولو محتاجين يعني أنا ممكن أبعث لكم نسخة يعني PDF للناس اللي حابة تطلع على هذا الكتاب. ولو في أي سؤال أو في أي استفسار أو في أي شيء مثلا أنا قلته بسرعة وما كانش مفهوم أو كانت اللهجة مش مفهومة بالنسبة لحضراتكم، ف يا ريت تتواصلوا معنا على رقم الواتساب. احنا ممكن نتناقش معاكم في أي نقطة، سواء كانت هنا في المحاضرة أو حتى في أبحاثكم الخاصة. ممكن نتناقش ونساعدكم إن شاء الله في هذا الجانب. وشكرا جزيلا على الاستماع. ولو في أي سؤال أو في أي استفسار في ال5 دقائق القادمة أنا جاهز إن شاء الله. بارك الله فيكم، الله يعطيكم العافية. شكرا. العفو العفو، تحت أمركم إن شاء الله. شكرا شكرا لحضراتكم، وأتمنى لكم كل التوفيق في مجالكم. حاضر، حنعرض الرقم مرة أخرى. هذا الرقم علشان تسجلوه. لو في أي استفسار أو في أي نقطة مش واضحة في البرزنتيشن أو كان في أي استشارة، فإن شاء الله على الرحب والسعة حنجيبكم بإذن الله. العفو العفو، بارك الله فيكم. question. ممكن أحد يرسل لنا الاستبيان؟ ما فهمتش أي استبيان، هل تقصد المحاضرة؟ لو المحاضرة حتواصل مع المشرفين وإن شاء الله حيبعتوا لكم البرزنتيشن، بس أنا ما تكلمتش عليه استبيان هنا، يمكن في المحاضرات السابقة، الله أعلم. العفو العفو. رابط الحضور. أعتقد أن هي المحاضرة كانت مسجلة، فالمنظمين لهذه السيشن بالتأكيد حيتواصلوا مع حضرتك بإذن الله. طيب لو ما فيش سؤال فأنا أستسمحكم عذرا. أتمنى لكم سيشن موفقة في اللي بعديه. السلام عليكم.
السلام عليكم. إن شاء الله المحاضرة الأخيرة هنقولها مع بعض لمدة ساعة، بس حابة تأكدوا عليا إن الصوت تمام والصورة واضحة عندكم. ممتاز. طيب إن شاء الله بإذن الله بعد 5 دقايق بالظبط هنبدأ المحاضرة بتاعتنا إن شاء الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن شاء الله النهاردة معانا آخر محاضرة في اليوم لمدة ساعة بإذن الله، ونكون خلصنا كده المحاضرات اليوم. المحاضرة النهاردة هنتكلم عن General Scheme of Clinical Research. في بعض الأجزاء هنراجع عليها من اللي الدكاترة ذكروها في أثناء اليوم، وبعض حاجات إن شاء الله هنعمل ستريس عليها وإحنا بنتكلم مع بعض. أولاً إحنا عندنا 12 خطوة من أول إيجاد الفكرة البحثية لغاية الوصول للنشر الدولي، بنمر ب12 مرحلة تقريباً. هنتكلم سريعاً عن كل مرحلة، وفي بعض المراحل هنذكرها بشيء من التفصيل إن شاء الله في خلال المحاضرة. أول خطوة عندنا how to find research idea، how to develop research idea. هنتعلم مع بعض إيه كمان الكرايتيريا for research question. الخطوة التانية reviewing the literature وأهميتها، وإيه هي ال searching databases المختلفة اللي ممكن نستخدمها، وهل في search strategy معينة ممكن نتبعها لإيجاد النتائج الممثلة للسؤال البحثي اللي بندور عليه. الخطوة الثالثة how to formulate the hypothesis. الخطوة الرابعة ومن أهم الخطوات في ال 12 خطوة إن شاء الله اللي هنتكلم عليهم هو planning for the study، how to plan for your study، how to write protocol، أهمية البروتوكول وبنحتاجه في إيه بالظبط، وإيه المكونات الرئيسية للبروتوكول for study. الخطوة الخامسة بتكون محتاج أثناء الخطوات بتاعة الدراسة قبل التنفيذ المباشر to make pilot study وأهميتها هنتكلم عنها. رقم 6 how to gain ethical approval باستخدام البروتوكول اللي هنقدمه لل ethical committee. بعد كده بنبتدي بعد ما خدنا الموافقة ننفذ الخطوات الفعلية للدراسة بناء على الخطوة الرابعة اللي عملناها وخدنا فيها وقت، وهنشرح مدى أهميتها اللي هي تخطيط الدراسة. بعد كده بنبتدي نعمل الداتا كولكشن والداتا انتري والداتا اناليسز ومن ثم الكتابة. وزي ما دكتور هادي سريعا ذكر إن الكتابة العلمية ليها أسس وقواعد وأصول غير خالص الفري رايتنج ستايلز. بتكون كل حاجة في البيبر محددة، وبيكون في سيكونس في الكتابة وطريقة بنلتزم بيها. بعد ما بنخلص المانuscript بكل أجزائه according to الستادي ديزاين طبعا اللي احنا متبعينه، according to التشيك ليستس اللي بنستخدمها في الكتابة. مثلا لو بنكتب systematic review meta analysis بنستخدم البريزما تشيك ليست. لو بنكتب حاجة زي ال RCT مثلا ممكن نستخدم الكونسورت تشيك ليست وهكذا. بعد ما بنخلص مرحلة الكتابة وخلصنا المانuscript بنبتدي نخش في المرحلة الأخيرة وهي مرحلة النشر الدولي publish or perish، مرحلة الببليكيشن. من أول اختيار الجورنال المناسب according to الaim والسكوب بتاعه ويكون مناسب لطبيعة الدراسة، وبنحط في بالنا اعتبارات كتير جدا زي هننشر open access ولا closed access، زي مثلا إن الريفيو تايم قد إيه، هل إحنا محتاجين نسرع في عملية النشر لغرض مثلا إن حد من الأوثرز عنده ترقية مثلا أو ما شابه. فكل الاعتبارات دي على أساسها، وطبعا أهم اعتبار هو الميتريكس اوف جورنال، الامباكت فاكتور والرينج بتاعه اللي مهم جدا نختاره على أساس إن هو يكون مناسب للكواليتي اوف ستادي. ونبتدي نراسل المجلة ونبعت البحث بتاعنا وننتظر الإجابة. فدي سريعا الخطوات ال 12 اللي بنمر عليها حتى الوصول إن البحث يكون منشور ونقدر إن احنا نشاركه مع الجميع. لو اتكلمنا عن الخطوة الأولى الفيرست ستيب، وهي من أهم الخطوات how to get research idea. عندنا مصادر كتير قوي to get research idea. طبعا أهمهم هي الريدنج، القراءة الكثيرة. ما ينفعش حد يكتب من غير ما يكون بيقرأ كتير كويس جدا. دايما القراية المستمرة للأبحاث بتديك أفكار جديدة. لأن عادة في معظم الأبحاث بيكون في جزء أخير هو اسمه implications for future research، بيكون في توصية من الباحثين إن اقتراحات بحثية جديدة. مثلا ممكن تلاقي إن يوصي الباحثين اللي جايين بعد كده لو مثلا يعمل sample size أكبر، لو مثلا يتغلب على بعض الليميتيشنز اللي قابلته هو أثناء إجراء بحثه، لو مثلا يحاول يقيس outcomes جديدة. فكل الأفكار دي بتديك indication إن أنت ممكن تكمل على النقطة البحثية دي وتجد سؤال بحثي جديد يوضح الفكرة أكتر أو يعمق الكونكلوجن. من أهم المصادر تانية لإيجاد الأفكار هو الكلينيكال براكتس والجود اوبزرفيشن. طول ما حضرتك أثناء الكلينيكال براكتس بتشوف حالات، ممكن تحاول بقدر الإمكان تجد علاقات ما بين السيمتومز، ما بين النيو تكنيكس اللي ممكن تستخدمها according to your specialty، وترجع تحاول تقرأ، تحاول تشوف الليتريتشر، تشوف ايه الجاب اوف نوليدج. كل دي سبل بتخلينا ممكن ذهننا يتفتق لأفكار جديدة. وطبعا الاكسبرت اوبينيون، لو حد ليه منتور شغال معاه، ده بيوفر كتير قوي على طريق الباحث. زي ما دكتور هادي ذكر، احنا مش بنخترع العجلة، وإنما بنحاول بقدر الإمكان إن احنا نتبع التسلسل للأفكار البحثية، إن كلنا بنكمل على شغل بعض. مفيش حد فجأة بيجيب حاجة فكرة وهي قتلت بحثا من السابق من سنين. فدايما لو يكون ليك منتور وشغال مع حد أكبر منك في المجال أو أكثر منك خبرة، وتتناقش معاه في الأفكار الجديدة، بيسهل عليك جدا إنه ممكن يحط إيدك مباشرة على الجاب اوف نوليدج في التوبيك اللي انتوا شغالين فيه أو في السبيشاليتي بتاعكم. طيب، ايه المواصفات for good research question؟ 5 criteria، 5 صفات مجموعين في كلمة final criteria. F for feasible، I for interesting، N for novel، E for ethical، R for relevant. So the good research question should be feasible، interesting، novel، ethical and relevant. طيب، كل واحدة معناها ايه؟ أول حاجة إن السؤال البحثي مهم إنه يكون feasible، قابل للتحقيق، له جدوى في التنفيذ. مهم جدا إن حضرتك تتأكد إن عندك adequate funding، عندك كل الإمكانيات اللي هتحتاجها لتنفيذ هذا السؤال البحثي. عندك access للبوبوليشن أو السامبل سايز اللي أنت هتاخده من وسط البوبوليشن. عندك access للطرق العلاجية اللي أنت مقترحها في السؤال البحثي. هتقدر تعمل assessment للoutcome measures اللي أنت حددتها. فمهم جدا إن أنت من أول خطوة تتأكد إن السؤال البحثي feasible according to الإمكانيات المتوفرة ليك كباحث، وعندكم كتيم، وعندكم في المكان اللي بيتم فيه إجراء البحث. لأن أوقات كتير قوي بنلاقي باحثين بالذات الصغيرين في السن بيجيلهم أفكار، وبتكون أفكار جميلة جدا، بس ما عندهمش الإمكانيات لعملها. فهنا السؤال not feasible، بالتالي مش هنقدر إن احنا ننتقل على باقي الخطوات ال 12 اللي ذكرناها، أو على الأقل هنقف في مرحلة منهم، مش هنقدر إن احنا نكمل الخطوات ونخرج بنتائج بحثية موثقة طالما السؤال ما كانش feasible من الأول. النقطة التانية to be interesting، مهم جدا to attract the attention of the readers. طيب، أهمية النقطة إن هو يبقى interesting وكمان يبقى novel to generate new hypotheses أو improve الميثودولوجي في بعض الأجزاء أو الدراسات السابقة أو resolve gap of knowledge. أهمية الجزئين دول تحديدا بيمثلوا أهمية كبيرة جدا عند الإديتورز to accept research للنشر، لأن كل إديتور بيكون مهتم جدا إن هو ما يزودش عدد الأبحاث المقبولة في الجورنال بتاعه بدون ما يتأكد إنه مقابل زيادته لعدد الأبحاث في زيادة معقولة جدا وكبيرة في عدد السايتيشنز، الاستشهادات العلمية لهذه الأبحاث. لأن ده بيأثر بالسلب لو زود قوي عدد الأبحاث بدون ما يتأكد إن من جودتها وجدوتها إن يبقى ليها عدد سايتيشنز كبير. ده بيأثر بالسلب على المتريكس أوف جورنال، بيأثر على الامباكت فاكتور، لأن الامباكت فاكتور هو عبارة عن رقمين، حاصر قسمة رقمين اللي هو عدد الأبحاث على عدد الاستشهادات. فكل ما كان الأبحاث عددها قليل بس الإديتور ضامن إن فيها استشهادات هتيجي، وإنها address gap of knowledge، وإنها interesting and novel for the readers، ده بيضمن لك إن شاء الله هتلاقي فرصة جيدة للنشر. وإن لحد ما طبعا بتعتمد كمان على جودة البحث أكيد، بس بتكون ضامن إن الإديتور هيرحب بالفكرة وهيعرضها على ريفيورز، مش هتاخد رفض عليها لأنها حاجة لم تقتل بحثا. فإن السؤال البحثي يكون interesting، ومش لحضرتك بس يكون interesting، مهم أوي يكون للقراء أو للباحثين في المجال، ويكون في شيء من النوفاليتي، مش لازم حاجة جديدة تماما 100% أو اختراع جديد، بس على الأقل provide different findings، على الأقل generate new hypotheses، على الأقل بيعمل بشكل أو بآخر filling gap of knowledge موجودة في الليتريتشر السابق. الصفة رقم 4 اللي مهم تواجدها في السؤال البحثي it should be ethical. مهم جدا إن هو يكون ethical question، خاصة طبعا لو بتتعامل مع human beings. كمان لو بتتعامل في animal studies مهم قوي إن أنت تتأكد إن السؤال البحثي بتاعك follow the ethics. النقطة الأخيرة إن السؤال البحثي بتاعك should be relevant، generate new knowledge، contribute to improve the clinical practice and provides an accurate answer to specific research question. إذا توفرت ال5 صفات دي بقدر معقول في السؤال البحثي، تقدر تنتقل على المرحلة اللي بعدها، وبتقدر من أول خطوة بتحط رجلك في الشغل إن أنت تضمن عندك فرصة جيدة من النشر، طالما كان الإجراءات سليمة اللي هي الميثودولوجي سليمة، والكتابة بتتبع المعايير المطلوبة في الكتابة العلمية. يبقى اتفقنا إن عندنا 5 main criteria for research question to be feasible, interesting, novel, ethical, and relevant. Okay, what are the components of research question for interventional studies؟ مجتمعين في كلمة بايكوفورمات. B for patients or population or problem، I for intervention، C for comparison or comparator، O for outcome. دايما السؤال البحثي عندنا 3 أنواع أساسية من السؤال البحثي: interventional research question، observational research question، و diagnostic research question. النهاردة هنتكلم عن الانترفنشنال أكتر، ونبذة عن الobservational research question. For interventional research question عندنا البايكو فورمات، لازم إن السؤال البحثي يكون متوفر فيه هذه الأجزاء. مين هم العينة اللي هتشتغل عليها؟ البوبوليشن، سواء كانوا patients أو non-patients. إيه هو الانترفنشن اللي حضرتك try to test its effect؟ إيه هو الكومباريزون اللي هتبتدي تعمل comparison ما بين الانترفنشن وبينه، سواء تكنيك تاني أو دراج مختلف أو even بلاسيبو أو سيرجري أو أي حاجة، أيا ما كان السبيشاليتي بتاع الشغل. والO for outcome، إيه هي الأوتكم؟ إيه relevant outcome measure according to research question؟ زي مثلا الموربيديتي، some complications معينة، functional tests بتتعمل، أيا ما كان على حسب السؤال البحثي عندك. ممكن نشوف الإكزامبل ده مع بعض. دي study randomized control trial effect of high intensity strength training on knee pain and knee joint compressive forces among adults with knee osteoarthritis. سؤال بحثي، خلينا نخرج منه ايه هي البايكوفورمات في هذا السؤال. أول حاجة البي for population أو patients، هما adults with knee osteoarthritis. الاي الانترفنشن، هنا بيحاول يشوف الافكت بتاع ايه بالظبط ويقارنه بايه. what is I and what is the C؟ I هو ال high intensity strength training versus low intensity strength training، بيعمل مقارنة بين ال two techniques ويبتدي يشوف تأثيرهم على ال outcome measures اللي هو محددها من البداية. طيب this is the components for interventional research question. لو اتكلمنا عن النوع التاني من الأسئلة البحثية وهو ال observational research question أو ال observational studies، هنلاقي عندنا 3 مكونات رئيسية: B for population، I for indicator، O for outcome. population سهلة، the group of population اللي بتبتدي حضرتك تدرس عليهم ال disease أو ال condition. ال I for indicator هو العامل اللي مؤدي للمرض أو even العامل المؤدي للحماية من المرض according to research question، هو ال risk factor أو ال protective factor اللي هيتم دراسته. وال O for ال outcome اللي هتبتدي حضرتك تدرسها وتشوف هي بتقل أو بتزيد أو أيا ما كان. لو خدنا مثلا example does smoking increase the risk of lung cancer؟ هنا ال population هو ال smokers. ال indicator ايه هو الريسك فاكتور هنا؟ السموكينج. الاوتكم هي اللنج كانسر او نسبة زيادة اللنج كانسر ما بين البوبوليشن اللي احنا واخدين. دي الخطوة الأولى، how to find research idea، how to formulate research question، وإيه المعايير اللي يجب توافرها في research question. زي ما اتفقنا final criteria to be feasible، interesting، relevant، novel and ethical. الخطوة الثانية هي reviewing the literature. literature search is a key، مهم جدا، خطوة مهمة جدا in performing good research. إيه المقصود بكلمة medical literature؟ The term for medical literature refers to all scientific information in the field of medicine. Information دي including published article in journals, information in textbooks, and abstract of international conference. في بعض الأسئلة لابد تكون متوفرة باستمرار في ذهن الباحث أثناء literature search وأثناء مرحلة formulation of research question. من ضمن الأسئلة دي had anyone investigated this research question before؟ حتى لا نخترع العجلة كما قال دكتور هادي، هل السؤال البحثي ده تم تناوله قبل كده؟ طيب لو تم تناوله which research design did they use؟ إيه research design بالظبط اللي تم استخدامه؟ what أو which outcomes did they measure؟ إيه ال outcome measures اللي هم قاسوها؟ what were the key results؟ إيه النتائج اللي طلعوا بيها؟ هل في recommendation for future research؟ زي ما قلت لكم في الأول الجزء اللي في آخر البحث عادة بيكون related ب implications for future research. هل في توصيات زيادة إن إحنا نكمل على النقطة البحثية أو نختبر علاقات جديدة في هذه النقطة البحثية ولا لأ؟ كل الأسئلة دي لابد إنها دايما بتدور في ذهن الباحث في المرحلة الثانية وهي literature search. طبعا إحنا عندنا كثير من الإلكترونيك databases. To facilitate reaching and searching the literature, there are databases, which are two types: medical databases and multidisciplinary databases. The medical databases contains the metadata of published articles in journals. طبعا أشهر مثال PubMed لأنه هو سهل جدا في الاستخدام ومجاني متوفر للجميع وعليه عدد ضخم جدا من index journals ومن الارتكلز وفي كثير منها جدا مجاني. عندنا مثلا حاجة زي الإمبيز وعندنا حاجة زي الكوكرين لايبراري. طيب بالنسبة للمتنوعة الداتابيزز المتنوعة ممكن هي فيها أجزاء related بالأبحاث الطبية، ممكن كمان تلاقي حاجات related القانون مثلا، التاريخ، أيا ما كان الاختلافات المجالات العلمية. أشهر حاجة فيهم طبعا سكوبس، ويب اوف ساينس، اند جوجل سكولر. بس عادة احنا بنركز أكتر على أشهرهم زي الباب ميد والإمبيز كوكرين لايبراري. في حاجات مثلا زي السيستماتيك ريفيو بنضطر إن احنا نعمل سيرش استراتيجي في كذا داتابيز بحيث إن احنا نغطي بشكل كبير معظم الليتريتشر المنشور في النقطة البحثية بتاعتنا. غالبا زي ما قلنا بندور في باب ميد، امبيز، كوكرين لايبراري، سكوبس، ويب اوف ساينس. دول الأشهر 5 تقريبا بيتم البحث فيهم. زي ما اتفقنا بنبتدي نعمل بعد كده searching databases، الداتابيزز اللي اتكلمنا عليها. بنبتدي نحدد ال relevant database اللي اخترناها، وليكن هنختار PubMed لأن زي ما قلنا هو متاح مجانا وسهل جدا التعامل معاه والحصول عليه. بعد كده بنخش في مرحلة determination of keywords. أنا هبحث بإيه؟ هو إيه أصلا السؤال البحثي بتاعي؟ ومنه بخرج ال keywords. طيب إحنا اتفقنا إن ال keywords هي المكونات الأساسية للسؤال البحثي اللي كانت في شكل بايكو فورمات زي ما هنشوف مع بعض في المثال. وابتدي استخدم هذه الكيوردز واعمل منها سيرش استراتيجي، وبعد كده انفذ السيرش في الديفرنت داتابيزز او الداتابيز اللي استخدمناه. قال لي مهم قوي تبقى عارف ان في حاجه بتربط الكيوردز مع بعض، وهي حاجه اسمها البولين اوبريتورز. مثال، لو انا مثلا بعمل بحث عن الاوستيوارثرايتس والاكسرسايز، المين كيوردز عندي هنا كلمه اوستيوارثرايتس وكلمه اكسرسايز. هربطهم ببعض ازاي؟ عندي أول احتمالية إن أنا أربطهم ببعض، إن أربط الكلمتين ببعض بكلمة and. زي ما شايفين في الصورة هنا، لو عملت osteoarthritis and exercise ساعتها أنا بطلب من PubMed أو الداتابيز اللي أنا اخترتها إنه يحدد لي كل الأبحاث اللي تناولت osteoarthritis and exercise. لو استخدمت or ربطت osteoarthritis or exercise، أنا بوسع مجال البحث وبطلب من الداتابيز إنها تحدد لي كل الأبحاث اللي اشتغلت على الأوستيوارثرايتس والإكسرسايز، أو اشتغلت على ده لوحده أو اشتغلت على ده لوحده. زي ما شايفين هنا في الرسمة بوسع جدا دايرة البحث. طيب لو استخدمت البولين اوبريتور رقم 3 وهي كلمة not، لو قلت osteoarthritis not exercise، أنا بقول له حاول إن أنت تجد لي كل الأبحاث اللي اشتغلت على الأوستيوارثرايتس فيما عدا جزء الإكسرسايز. يعني الأوستيوارثرايتس دراجز، الأوستيوارثرايتس سيرجري، أيا مكان، ولكن لا تذكر لي جزء الإكسرسايز. تمام؟ خلينا ناخد مثال ونطبق عليه اللي قلناه. لو عندنا clinical question بيقول in children with headache is paracetamol more effective than placebo against pain؟ ده السؤال البحثي. أول حاجة نبتدي نعملها إن إحنا نخرج ال keywords من السؤال ده according to بايكو. البي البوبوليشن هنا عندنا إيه؟ children with headache، يبقى إذن ال keywords اللي ممكن نخرجها كلمة children و headache. الآي intervention، إيه هنا عندنا في السؤال البحثي الانترفنشن؟ كلمة باراسيتامول، يبقى الكي وورد هنا عندنا باراسيتامول. السي for comparison or comparator هو كلمة بلاسيبو، إذن الكي وورد بلاسيبو. الأو for outcome of interest هي البين، يبقى إذن الكي ووردز اللي أنا هبتدي أخدها وأطبقها في السيرش استراتيجي اللي هعملها هي إيه الكي ووردز هنا؟ ممكن كلمة children، headache، باراسيتامول، بلاسيبو، وممكن كمان بين. وابتدي أعمل سيرش استراتيجي أربطها زي ما اتفقنا بأور أو and أو not، وابتدي آخد الكلام ده على ال searching database اللي اتفقنا هتكون مثلا PubMed، وأبحث وتطلع النتائج. وطبعا في عمق قوي في الشرح ده، بس احنا النهاردة بنقول الجنرال سكيم. هناخد مثال تاني، وهي مثلا سؤال بحثي بيقول What is the efficacy of low-level laser therapy in carpal tunnel syndrome management؟ طيب هنا ايه الكي ووردز اللي ممكن استخدمها من هذا السؤال البحثي؟ واضحة، low-level laser therapy وكلمة carpal tunnel syndrome. طيب هل عندنا اوبشن ان احنا نشوف synonyms للكلام؟ ايوه، في بناء السيرش استراتيجي بنبتدي ان احنا كل كلمة كي ووردز عندنا نحاول نوجد لها معاني مشابهة بتستخدم في الليترشر. يعني مثلا low level laser therapy ممكن في أبحاث تانية بتستخدمه low intensity laser، ممكن أبحاث بتستخدم كلمة laser بس. فطالما ده الكلمة الأولى مساوية للكلمة التانية مساوية للكلمة التالتة، هما التلاتة زي بعض، يبقى بنستخدم ما بينهم البولين اوبريتور اللي هي or. طيب ما بين keyword والتانية كلمة والتانية بنستخدم and variable تاني وهو الكاربال تانل سيندروم. ممكن تبقى مثلا CTS، في بعض بيبرز بتستخدمها بتكتبها CTS، وهكذا. ده مثال بسيط جدا على السيرش استراتيجي. زي ما قلنا هي بتتعمل بطريقة أعقد من كده، خاصة لو بنعمل سيرش استراتيجي لسيستماتيك ريفيو، وبنحاول بقدر الإمكان إن احنا نوسع جدا الكي ووردز ونوسع المعاني بتاعتها ونعمل سيرش استراتيجي متكاملة، وندور طبعا في كذا داتابيز بحيث إن احنا نوصل لأكبر نتائج ممكنة، وتكون في نفس الوقت أكبر عدد، بس يكون كمان بيأدرس السؤال البحثي، بحيث إن احنا لما ندخله في المراحل اللي بعد كده كسكرينينج نخرج بكل الستاديز اللي هي fulfill our inclusion criteria. طيب المرحلة اللي بعد كده احنا تمام، حددنا السؤال البحثي، وجدنا فكرة بحثية جيدة، وتأكدنا إن السؤال البحثي الحمد لله فيه جميع الكرايتيريا اللي حددناها، وبعد كده بدأنا نعمل searching database، حددنا الكي ووردز وعملنا السيرش استراتيجي. بنبتدي بعد كده المرحلة اللي بعدها وهي stating the hypothesis، تحديد الفرضية البحثية. خطوة صياغة الفرضية، طبعا كل سؤال بحثي بيكون لابد إن هو عنده فرضيتين، alternative hypothesis اللي بنسميها فرضية الباحث ونرمز لها ب H1، عكسها هي null hypothesis وهي فرضية العدم بنرمز لها ب H0 أو H0. ناخد مثال، لو مثلا عندنا research question اللي استخدمناه من شوية is low level laser therapy is effective in carpal tunnel syndrome. الالترناتيف hypothesis الفرضية بتاعت الباحث اللي داخل يستخدمها أو داخل يعمل لها تيستنج هل موجودة ولا لأ فعلا، إن فعلا اللو ليفل laser therapy is effective in treatment of carpal tunnel syndrome. طب إيه الاحتمالية التانية اللي ممكن يجدها الباحث؟ هي فرضية العدم، إن النتائج تطلع إن لأ اللو ليفل laser therapy is not effective in carpal tunnel syndrome. يبقى إذن مهم قوي إن الباحث قبل بداية البحث بيكون عنده نوعين من الفرضيات، الفرضية اللي هو داخل بالفعل يعمل لها تيستنج وعكسها. دي بتبقى مهمة الجزء ده لأن احنا بنكتبه في البروتوكول اوف ستادي زي ما هنشوف مع بعض. الخطوة رقم 4 زي ما اتفقنا وأنا بشرح بسرد سريعا ال 12 خطوة، وقفت عند الخطوة رقم 4 وقلت إنها من أهم الخطوات، لأن على أساسها بيتم تحديد خط السير للبحث. وكلما كانت خطوة البلاننج اوف ستادي جيدة ومعمولة بحكمة بتوفر جدا على الباحث كثير من الجهد والنفقات والمجهود والوقت إن هو يوصل لنقطة البداية وهي النهاية وهي النشر الدولي. In this step, researchers discuss and plan for the methodology of the research study. في هذه الخطوة بيبتدي كتابة الستادي بروتوكول زي ما هنتكلم مع بعض، اللي بيكون فيه الستادي راشونال والستادي ايمز والobjectives والhypothesis والستادي ديزاين والداتا collection methods، وإيه بالظبط الethical considerations اللي اتخذت زي ما هنشرح مع بعض بالتفصيل. وفيه كمان نقطة في غاية الأهمية، جملة بتقول A well-designed study but poorly analyzed can be rescued by reanalysis. مفيش أي مشكلة لو حضرتك عندك well-designed study مرتبة كويس وخطوة البلاننج أخدت حقها، وحتى لو هذه الدراسة اتعمل لها poor analysis we can rescue it. احنا نقدر ننقذها بسهولة ان احنا بنعيد الاناليسز. ولكن poorly designed study الدراسات اللي كانت غير جيدة في مرحلة التخطيط بتوصلنا لطريق مسدود عادة في الإجراءات الإحصائية، وغالبا بتكون very sophisticated statistics، وعادة في دراسات كثيرة بتتوقف ومش بنقدر إن احنا نكملها لأنها كانت poorly designed من البداية. لذلك مرحلة الريسيرش ديزاين أو البلاننج في غاية الأهمية. في الجزء اللي فات قبل ما نبتدي نشرح الاستادي بروتوكول ونقول الأجزاء بتاعته بالظبط وأهميته واستخدامه، في أي حد عنده أي سؤال في الجزء اللي فات؟ لو حد عنده أي سؤال ممكن يكتبه، ولا أكمل شرح عادي في الجزء اللي بعد كده؟ تمام، جميل، كويس. زي ما اتفقنا الاستادي بروتوكول عبارة عن إيه؟ تعريفه إيه؟ هي خطوات بيتم عمل ليها صياغة لهدف معين وليها تكوين محدد. يمكن اختلاف التكوين بتاعها بيختلف من جامعة للتانية، من مؤسسة بحثية للأخرى، ولكن معظمهم بيتفق في النقط اللي هنتكلم عليها. يعني الفورمات العام للبروتوكول أولا بيكون البروجكت تايتل، الباك جراوند، الأوبجكتيف، البوربز، الترايل ديزاين، ايه السelection of population، السامبل سايز calculation، لو في بالظبط الانترفنشن، لو كان مثلا drug ايه الدوسج بتاعته، ايه الاسسمنت of safety and efficacy اللي حضرتك هتتبعها، او ايه بشكل عام methods of assessment، statistics، quality control، ethics، publication policy references، appendices. كل دي نقط ترتيبها أو توزيعها أو اختلافها أو زيادتها أو نقصانها بتختلف من زي ما اتفقنا من جامعة للتانية. يعني مثلا أنا لو هعمل الاستادي دي تبع جامعة القاهرة بعمل لهم البروتوكول اللي باخده منهم، باخد السكيم أو الفورمات الأساسية من جامعة القاهرة أملاها وأقدمها. عشان إيه الهدف من إنشاء البروتوكول؟ هدفين أساسيين، أولهم وأهمهم هو to get ethical approval، عشان ياخد موافقة جامعة القاهرة الأخلاقية على إجراء البحث فيها. لو مثلا هعمل البحث ده في مثلا جامعة الملك سعود مثلا، هروح لهم وهتوجه ليهم وأقول لهم أنا محتاجة الفورمات اوف بروتوكول، إيه البروتوكول عندكم، إيه الخطوات الأساسية، وأقدمه عشان آخد الموافقة لجنة الأخلاقيات تبعهم. لو مثلا بعمل هنا الدراسة في ألمانيا بتجه للمجال الانستتيوشنال البحثي اللي أنا شغالة فيه هنا، وبعرف بالظبط إيه هي الإثيكال approval requirements عشان أبتدي أكتب البروتوكول بناء عليه، وهكذا. فزي ما اتفقنا دي بتفرق من جامعة لتانية أو انستتيوشن بحثي أنت شغال تبعه أو فيه. بينما في أجزاء أساسية لابد من توافرها في كل البروتوكولز باختلاف الأماكن اللي بتقدم فيها. هي الانترودكشن، aim and objectives، methods، ethical consideration، informed consent. في معظم البروتوكولز تقريبا بنعمل نفس الكونتنت ده. بالنسبة لجزء الانترودكشن بيكون فيها أهم حاجة طبعا الباك جراوند، الباك جراوند دي كأنها literature review، كأنك بتعمل بالظبط literature review عن السؤال البحثي أو النقطة البحثية بتاعتك. to introduce the reader to the topic، بتدخل الريدر للنقطة البحثية بتاعتك. بعد كده في الانترودكشن بنبتدي نتكلم عن البروبلم ايه هي البروبلم اوف ريسيرش اند راشونال، ايه هي الجذور العلمية والأساس العلمي اللي بناء الفكرة جت للباحث. الخطوة اللي بعد كده الايم اند اوبجكتيفز، الهدف الكلي للدراسة والأهداف الصغرى، الميجور جولز اند الماينور جولز. هقيس كذا هقيس الاوتكمز الفلانيه لمعرفه كذا، هقيس الافيكاسي اوف كذا على كذا، ببتدي اسرد كل الايمز اند اوبجكتيفز. بعد كده وهي خطوه في غايه الاهميه وهي خطوه الميثودز، كتابه الميثودز. بيبتدي اذكر فيها السامبل ريكروتمنت، كان في سامبل سايز كالكوليشن ولا لا، الستادي ديزاين اللي هبتدي اشتغل عليه، السيتنجز، السامبل سايز زي ما قلنا كالكوليشن، الداتا كولكشن، الستادي ديوريشن، الانترفنشن بالظبط اللي هيحصل بخطواته، هل في فترة فولو اب ولا لأ، ايه الستاتستيكال اناليسيس بلان I will follow. كل دي حاجات بتبتدي نذكرها بالتفصيل في الميثودز بارت. بعد كده بنبتدي نكتب الethical consideration، ايه الحاجات اللي هنتبعها to follow the ethical considerations. وطبعا جزء الانفورمد كونسنت ده بيكون ثابت في أي بروتوكول، خاصة في الانترفنشنال ستاديز. اتفقنا الهدف الأساسي لكتابة البروتوكول هو تقديم البروتوكول ده لأخذ ال IRB اللي هي ال Institutional Review Board موافقتهم على إجراء البحث. يبقى إذن البروتوكول هو عبارة عن إيه؟ تعريفه ببساطة شديدة في جملتين: It's plan for research study but for ethical committee with concern. بنهتم جدا وبنركز على الميثودولوجي، إبرازها وإظهارها والخطوات بالظبط اللي هتتعمل في هذه الدراسة البحثية. مهم جدا إن جزء الأوبجكتيفز يتكتب بالسمارت واي، مهم إنه يكون specific, measurable, attainable, realistic and time bound، لأن على أساس ده بيتم تقييم البروتوكول وبناخد الموافقة من ال IRB committee. واتفقنا وقلنا إن بقى الهدف التاني بعد ما خدنا الموافقة، البروتوكول ده بيمثل هو الجايد for the team to complete the work، هو الجايد اللي دايما بنرجع له. لذلك ال well structured detailed research protocol is very essential to gain ethical approval. ده واحد، وأهم حاجة زي ما اتفقنا to represent guide for the team. الحصول على ال ethical committee approval بيكون مهم للنشر في ال high ranked journals. كثير من الجورنالز خاصة ال high ranked journals بتطلب مننا في ال observational study وطبعا في ال interventional studies فين ال ethical approval اللي انت خدتها. نتأكد ازاي ان هذا البحث كان متبع ليه ال ethical approvals زي ما اتكلم عنها في محاضرة من ساعتين دكتور عبد الرحمن لما كان بيتكلم على الجزء بتاع الإثكس. فده بيكون مهم قوي كخطوة في الخطوات ال 12 اللي احنا بنتكلم عنها. طيب الخطوة رقم 5 وهي making pilot for your study. بعد ما خدنا الموافقة من لجنة الأخلاقيات وبدأنا إن احنا نرتب الخطوات البحثية وأصبح عندنا guide for researchers، مهم جدا إن أنت حضرتك تجرب على عدد صغير، تعمل بايلوت ستادي سكيل صغير على الشغل قبل ما تبتدي تكبر. مش في كل طبعا الأوقات بنعمل بايلوت ستادي، بس هي يستحسن لو توفرت عندك الوقت والإمكانية إن أنت تعمل بايلوت ستادي، ده بيبقى شيء عظيم جدا. هديكم مثال. دلوقتي لو إحنا عندنا observational study cross sectional study، عايزين مثلا نقيس مدى الساتسفاكشن عند الطلبة وليكن على مادة معينة أو في سنة دراسية معينة، أو even بنعمل estimation لليفل الاكتئاب مثلا ما بين الطلبة، وبنعمل مقارنة مثلا ما بين الفريش جرادويت وما بين اللي لسه داخلين الجامعة. وإحنا اللي عملنا الكوشنير ده وبدأنا إن إحنا نصيغ الأسئلة، أو even بنعمل ترجمة لكوشنير من اللغة الإنجليزية أو أي لغة للغة العربية. والعينة البحثية عندنا مثلا 500، السامبل سايز كالكوليشن عندنا 500. ومن ضمن الإجراءات إن إحنا الورق بتاعنا أو يعني هيبقى الإجراءات الاستبيانات دي استبيانات ورقية، مش هنعتمد على الأونلاين. وليكن تفتكروا نروح على طول نطبع ال 500 كويشنير، وليكن كل كويشنير مثلا 5 صفحات، فنبتدي نطبع حوالي 2500 ورقة ونبتدي نوزعهم مرة واحدة؟ ولا مهم جدا إن إحنا نحاول نعمل بايلوت ستادي عشان نبتدي نشوف هل محتاجين نصلح في هذه الأسئلة؟ هل محتاجين إعادة صياغة ليها؟ هل هذه الأسئلة كانت مفهومة أصلا للعينة البحثية؟ هل محتاجين إعادة ترجمة؟ وهكذا. فالبايلوت ستادي بتكون نتيجة، بتكون كنوع من أنواع جس النبض قبل هدر الموارد بدون داعي، سواء الوقت أو المجهود أو إيفن الموارد المادية. فمهم جدا إن إحنا كل ما بنكون عندنا بايلوت ستادي وناخد على أساسها بعض الاعتبارات، هنكمل ولا لأ، وهنكمل إزاي، هل في شيء محتاج تعديل، نرجع للخطوة اللي قبلها مثلا ونحاول نغير في البلاننج اوف ستادي ونشوف الفيزابيليتي of our resources. بتكون مهمة جدا الخطوة دي ساعتها. طبعا خلاص عملنا البروتوكول، عملنا البايلوت اوف ستادي، بنبتدي إن إحنا to gain ethical approval كوميتي، موافقتهم على إجراء البحث. ويمكن ده صورة كده نموذج من بحث كنت أنا مشاركة فيه أنا ودكتور هادي اللي كان بيشرح قبلية. كنا مقدمينه تبع جامعة القاهرة، وده شكل الإسكال أبروفال اللي لما بناخده بيكون فيه اسم البحث واسم الباحثين وموافقة الجامعة وختم الجامعة. وطبعا بيختلف الشكل من جامعة للتانية، بس غالبا بيكون معظمهم في نفس هذا الإطار أو السياق يعني. المرحلة اللي بعد كده هي خطوة رقم 7، وهي study implementation، تنفيذ بقى الخطوات. خدنا الحمد لله الموافقة والبروتوكول بقى جاهز، وعملنا بايلوت ستادي ورتبنا كل الخطوات، بنبتدي التنفيذ study implementation. in this step بنبتدي بقى نعمل enrollment للسبجكتس أو البوبوليشن اللي احنا حددناه، بنبتدي الداتا collection، بنبتدي نحدد ايه هي وسائل الداتا collection بالظبط، وهنعمل داتا entry ازاي، ومن ثم خطوة الداتا أناليسيس اللي هي related بالإحصاء. مش كل طبعا الباحثين هم اللي بيعملوا الإحصاء بنفسهم، وإنما عادة إحنا بنلجأ للأخصائيين المختصين في الإحصاء أو الإحصائيين. وممكن طبعا الباحث هو اللي يعمل الإحصاء بنفسه، بس عادة يعني بنفضل اللجوء لحد متخصص في الإحصاء. حضرتك بتقعد معاه وتفهمه أنا محتاج كذا كذا، السؤال البحثي بتاعي بيدور في هذا الجزء، لأن أنت الإكسبرت في النقطة البحثية بتاعتك، فأنت اللي بتعمل جايدنس للإحصائي يعمل لك إيه بالظبط، إيه العلاقات اللي محتاجها، إيه الكوريليشنز، الكومباريزونز، شكل التيبلز، شكل الجرافس، أنت بالظبط اللي بتعمل له جايدنس. فمهم جدا تكون فاهم النقطة البحثية بتاعتك وفاهم البيزكس أوف statistics. فلو حد من اللي سامع كان محتاج استشارة إحصائية أو أي شيء، ممكن إن شاء الله يبقى يتواصل معايا في النهاية، هعمل له جايدنس ممكن يعمل إيه بالظبط. بعد خطوة الداتا أناليسيس بقى زي ما اتفقنا، الخطوة المهمة جدا writing manuscript، ودي بيتفرد لها كورس كامل how to write. إيه هي الطرق العلمية المتبعة للكتابة العلمية. طبعا الساينتفك رايتنج مختلف تماما عن الكتابة الحرة أو الكتابة الأدبية، بيبقى فيه رولز معينة وطرق معينة بنكتب فيها، كل سيكشن في البيبر ليه طريقة معينة في الكتابة. الانترودكشن غير الميثودز غير الريزلتس غير الدسكشن، لغة الكتابة نفسها بتختلف، الكتابة الأدبية غير الكتابة العلمية. دايما الكتابة العلمية بتكون concise precise في بعض الألفاظ غير مسموح لنا باستخدامها، دايما بتكون to the point. ممنوع تكرار الأشياء أو استخدام حاجات ملهاش داعي. ممنوع التعبير عن العواطف مثلا. this technique is very effective، ده الكلام ده ممنوع تماما، مش بنكتبه، وإنما بنقدم الحقائق العلمية بأقصى صورة مختصرة ومقتضبة وواضحة و to the point على طول. المرحلة الأخيرة وهي الببلشنج، publish or perish. بعد كل الخطوات العظيمة اللي احنا اتبعناها دي وخدت أيام وشهور، وأوقات في أبحاث بتاخد سنين، في أبحاث بتاخد آلاف أو even حتى ملايين، الأبحاث طبعا الكبيرة، فبيبقى في مجهود كبير. إن لم تشارك هذا المجهود الضخم اللي انت عملته، أو حتى المجهود البسيط، مش لازم يكون ضخم ضخامة كبيرة، بس إن انت تشارك الكونكلوجن اللي خرجته مع العالم، سواء بقى في كونفرنس كان ناشونال أو انترناشونال، سواء كان في اكاديميك جورنال، ده بيكون مهم جدا إن أنت تنشر النولج بتاعتك مع الآخرين، خاصة مع اللي في نفس تخصصك أو في نفس اهتمامك، وتبتدي تشاركهم النولج اللي أنت توصلت ليها، وهم كذلك، بحيث إن احنا متفقين من الأول إن العلم كله بيكمل على بعض. تمام، أنا كده خلصت المحاضرة النهاردة. كان معانا General Scheme of Clinical Research، اتكلمنا عن خطوة خطوة منهم، وفي بعض الخطوات أسهبنا في الشرح فيها. لو حد محتاج أي Research Consultation أو Statistical Consultation ممكن يبعت لي على رقم الواتس ده إن شاء الله ونتواصل معاه. ولو في أي حد عنده أي سؤال في خلال الدقيقتين اللي جايين يتفضل يكتب. احنا كده خلصنا اليوم الحمد لله، دي كانت آخر محاضرة عندنا.